How you doing? Somebody say something? Gwen?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Hey, Michael.
Hi, Mike.
So who's the host?
I think I accidentally became the host.
No, but the host is supposed to be, the co-host, the student.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who the student is.
Hi, I think I'm supposed to be the student moderator for here, but I wasn't made co-host.
Who?
Sarah Tuaru.
Okay, who's the host?
It says who's ever under CPP Arc Room 2 is the host right now.
Goodness. Hey, Wendy? Wendy? Wendy, can you hear me? Can anyone here in this room hear me? Room 2?
We can hear you.
Sarah, you're supposed to be the student person, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm host right now.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
She was ignoring me over there. All right. Hey, Quinn,
Yep.
you're first, right?
Yep.
So why don't you just do a little test and share your screen?
Sure. Well, you mean moderate?
No, oh wait. Yeah, this is confusing because I'm doing it for um Quinn, try, yeah, this should be shared screen.
Okay, I can share my screen.
I don't like you sharing screen. Room 2 should be sharing the screen. So we're not seeing any concept board here. Maybe I'll just share my screen. No. Yeah, you just try sharing screen. I think that's better.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I think that'll be better.
Okay. Yeah, that's easy.
Michael,
Yeah,
do you see the email I sent you?
who's that?
Emily Toe.
No.
No, it's regarding to the afternoon co-host. Lexi presents it at time frame.
Why did she say that time? Can you do it?
Yeah, I just emailed you saying I could switch rooms with her.
Wait, where are you? I didn't have you down
You
at
put me in
all.
room 2.
I know, but I didn't have you down. Oh, no, you're in room 2. You're also this afternoon. That doesn't help. You're both in the afternoon.
I'm on Friday.
No, but I'm sorry, you're scheduled for the afternoon. This afternoon.
No, yeah, I'm not presenting today. I could switch.
I know, but you're already down for today. So it doesn't help me it doesn't help me replace Lexi.
Oh no, it's switching.
Huh?
Or is not switching rooms. So she could be in the room she presents in.
Oh, but she can still do it?
I'm assuming.
Sorry,
She didn't realize that she presents at that time.
okay, so I can just put her into room 2. Right? Or I mean room 3?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be fine then. Let me just verify. So Lexi in the afternoon is in room 2. Yeah, okay, that'll work. All right, cool.
So Sophia, I'm gonna let this big group of people that are in now in, but after they are in,
Hello.
Hi, I'm waiting for Axel. I'm waiting for Axel Killian, and I think one other. Jehi is here. Ilaria.
I'm here.
Is Ilaria here? Is there anybody in the waiting room? Sarah?
There's no one in the waiting room.
Okay. Hang on a couple minutes. Axel's there.
Yep. Hello.
Yep. Nope. My backlighting is awful. Yeah, that's a little better. Well, I don't know where Ilaria is, but I kind of want to get going, or we're gonna cut into the students' time. So we have Jehi, who can you guys hear me fine? So we have Jehi, who is, what are you teaching? Who's been teaching with us?
Yeah, so I teach second year undergraduate design studio as well as first, and also first year MArc design studio at Cal Poly.
Oh, yeah. It's like first year grads too. I know that. And Heike Victor, who I don't know much about. I think it's the first time I'm meeting you, but hi.
Hello, it's nice to meet you, and also Axel, who I know from a long time ago. I'm living in Switzerland, Zurich, and researching at the University of Applied Science in Lucerne.
Nice. Okay, and Axel, you wanna just, I see Axel all the time. We're working on a project. I didn't know he was going to be in the jury, but it's good to have you.
Of course. I'm visiting assistant professor at MIT currently. Yeah, and interested in computation and design. Thanks for having me.
We know each other from MIT from many, many years ago, but oh, I should have checked the schedule. Shit. Hilarious coming at 12. Okay, so we could have, sorry, Quinn, to cut into your review time. Why don't you just take it away? I just want to give a little bit of heads up about, let me see how much, when we need to end this thing. Yeah, we're fine. We're not officially supposed to start yet. So let me give you a little bit of intro about this section. So basically all the projects are in downtown LA in an area called South Park District. So they're all going to be in the first bunch of students. There's going to be 3 from my section and then 3 from Katrin's. Katrin's are also downtown LA, but they're in a different neighborhood. So this area of South Park is, I don't know, it's kind of entertainment district. There's the Staples Center Convention Center. There's LA Live. There's currently about 30 housing and other projects going up in that area. It's super exploding. So, you know, there's estimated to be like 70,000 new residents in this neighborhood specifically in like the next 5 years. So the explosion of growth there is pretty crazy. And so, you know, kind of by that, there is kind of all these projects are sort of mid-rise towers. So not necessarily skyscrapers, but they're mid-rise towers. The students have total kind of freedom in terms of their pursuit in this studio. In other studios, they're kind of all doing housing or something else. In this studio, they have real freedom to kind of pursue whatever they want. So they're drastically different, but they are kind of, they're kind of, I don't know, directed by me to look at aspects of technology and how technology affects or influences current living trends and lifestyle patterns, and how this plays a role in architecture. So they each, you know, they look at all different areas of developing technologies and the impact on society, on culture and architecture. And so that's kind of the premise of this studio. Anyway, so with that, I think you'll get a little more intro on the site, but from Quinn. So Quinn, maybe since you're the first one, you can spend a little bit more extra time on kind of the site in the area, okay?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay, take it away.
All right, I will share my screen. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you all for coming and looking at our work. My name is Quinn Madaus, and my project is concerned with the future of retail, specifically how physical retail spaces can continue to be relevant amid the meteoric rise of online retailers and distributors, such as Amazon. And in order to answer this question, we have to take a quick look at the history of retail. And the important thing to know here is that retail spaces and distribution used to be directly tied together. It would be where producers would exchange their goods with consumers. But that isn't really the case anymore. And there's been a split. And now, because everyone can sort of have products delivered directly to their home, they can order online, distribution and retail spaces are actually separate programs with different strengths and weaknesses. And because of this, my project is actually a combination of part distribution center and part experience center. So the distribution center would be a small urban center, and it would connect to this larger network of much larger distribution centers. But the point is that it would be operating within the downtown area and really increase the efficiency of these systems. So my site and the context around it, it's rapidly developing and growing. There's close to 30 projects that are either under construction or about to be under construction. And it's located along these major retail corridors with lots of shopping going on around there. And here you can see some visuals of sort of the context directly around my site. You can see my project in the middle here. You can see the 10 freeway and the 110 freeway. And here you can see the neighborhood directly around it. And you can see it's right on the edge of walking distance from the Staples Center. And again, tons of construction going on in this area, big population boom, which naturally means lots of customers. So here you can see sort of a visual straight on looking at my project. And you can see there are three elements. There's the distribution center up above, which is sort of this large looming mass. And then there's the experience center, 3 levels of it down below, which is meant to be much more warm, welcoming, and active, with these 2 central cores that are doing all the structural work and are really the cohesive element throughout the project. It won't.
I hate to interrupt you. I just want everybody to know you can just click on live transcript and hide the transcripts because they're kind of walking right in front of your images.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where was I? Oh, the central cores. Not only headphones will be sold here. So different advertisements can be displayed here, but the important thing is that they're visually distinct. And then the bottom floor, it can be completely open. And there's this sort of intermediary plaza level between the 2 elements. So here's sort of a visual of some of the important systems in the project. You can see that there are these 2 central cores that, again, are doing all the structural work throughout the project. And the floors are really wrapping around these 2 cores so that when people move throughout the project, they're really sort of wrapping around the edge of the building. And then here you can see a glimpse of the distribution system itself, which is totally automated in its own system, and which I'll talk more about in a moment. But here you can see sort of how all these systems are coming together, and how the experience center down below, it's much more tensile and tactile. And for the structural system, because it is such a small urban site and these 2 cores are doing all the structural work, in order to maximize the floor space on the distribution center, it uses this system of these steel columns, which are in tension, to bring all the forces up to the top of the project to this sort of structural cap on the roof that then brings all the forces back to these cores. In contrast, the Experience Center uses this system of heavy timber construction, and it has these beams in this grid network, so that all the structural forces, again, can go back to these 2 cores that are doing all the real work. So in order to make this this distribution center automated and sort of state of the art, I talked to Dr. Parsa in the industrial engineering department here at Cal Poly Pomona, and he led me to this diagram in the top right, which is a plan for an existing automated distribution system. And what I essentially did is I took this diagram and I made it vertical so that this is actually a section of my project. And the system is actually still working in the same way, where it's using a system of conveyor belts and vertical carousels to bring products throughout the system, and then store them on these grids along the edge. And then over here on the left, this is actually the only area that people would really be working in, where they're loading and unloading this freight elevator. and bringing the products into the system. And from then on, it's all totally automated. So this is a plan of the different levels of the distribution system, 8 floors. You can see the middle is open with the grid, the storage grids along the 2 edges on the left and right and the bottom. And you can see that these conveyor belts are actually spanning across the project for efficiency. And then these vertical carousels are going up and down the project. And then the storage grid is along the edges. This is looking down on that plaza level. And you can see, again, these conveyor belts that are spanning across. And here, again, you can see all the products that are sort of flowing through this space. And that you have these 2 cores that are going throughout the whole project that are visually distinct. And this is actually on that open plaza level between the experience center and the distribution center. And you can see that people can actually look up through this glass ceiling and you can see the distribution center and you can sort of get an idea, get a glimpse of this normally invisible system that you would never really get to see, and how your products are sort of getting delivered to you. And it's kind of becomes a very fun, active space. This plan on the left is that open level, and it can really be thought of as sort of an open public park, because the important thing is really generating the activity, making it so that people are using the space or moving through the space, and then sales will follow from that. And then on the right is inside interior. This is the 3 levels of the experience center where people will actually be interacting with the products. And you can see how people are moving throughout the space between these 2 escalators, sort of wrapping around the edge. And this is a visual of what the inside of that experience center would look like. And the types of products that would be sold here would really have an emphasis on experience, meaning products that people are a little bit more hesitant to buy online. Products like musical instruments or makeup or lighting, things that people really want to either see or feel or hear and really interact with. And it also makes it a very active space. And again, you can see the timber going throughout the whole project. So here's my site plan. It gets to be totally open. You can see automated parking at the top, as well as the entrance to the loading dock at the top. This plan in the corner is that lower level. And then it also has the chance to have a cafe at the corner. So people can really wander throughout the whole project. You can sort of imagine people taking a shortcut through the site, passing through these smaller stalls for shopping. And because these 2 cores are, again, doing all the structural work, so it can be totally open. And here you can see how this open plaza level, it really has sort of a relationship with the open ground level, where both are sort of meant to be these almost park spaces where people can be hanging out or interacting or going somewhere else. And you can see that this heavy timber grid is expressed along the bottom, and you can see these connections which are almost fully hidden within the timber, so you don't need these ugly hangers or anything. A little bit more subtle, very expressive, and it's really meant to be sort of a warm, welcoming, open space in contrast to that coldness of the distribution center. This is looking at that cafe on the corner. And here you can see a little bit how it's all coming together. You can see how the heavy timber beams are actually cutting through the facade, so that these columns can be expressed on the outside of the facade and be very expressive. And you can also see how the floor is actually elevated up above from these heavy timber beams, so that there's space for the mechanical systems to run through. And finally, here you can see a section on the left and a matching elevation. Again, seeing how these things are coming together. You can see these heavy timber connections between the beams and the columns, and again, how there's space for the mechanical systems to run between the floor. And here's a reference page with all my different images. Are there any questions?
I have a quick question, logistics, just in terms of your choice of having the distribution center centralized above and then the experience center below. how does all the product get up there and get back down, and where are the trucks that bring it, which I mean, I appreciate the clearness of the concept, but where's the landing sort of zone for all of these things? Because that's one of the, I guess, major aspects of retail always, like where do you do this? And you probably have even more of that because it is a logistics center, also not just a store. So.
Right. Well, I very briefly mentioned it, but here on my site plan, you can see that the loading and unloading is actually accessed here from this alley at the top. And then very small here, this is where the ramp leads down, and then not these sort of the huge sort of full-sized delivery trucks, but the smaller delivery trucks can access through here, and then loading and unloading through here, and then all the products come in through here to the top, where this elevator up here is only for products, and then the elevator down here is only for people. So all the loading and unloading, it starts here, it comes down this ramp, and then the trucks unload here, goes into the elevator here at the top, and then runs all the way up to whatever floor of the distribution center, and then is unloaded here. And this is where the people will be doing it. They'll be doing the loading and unloading from the elevator, but then they load it into this system, which then goes to the whole distribution system, which is totally automated. And then once the products are sorted and organized, they come back out, and it's loaded back into the elevator and brought back down to that bottom underground level where the trucks can then take it away.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about that premise. So I like the project very much, and it's very well detailed out and visualized and organized. But I think conceptually, I'm sort of grappling or struggling with the consequences of the choices. There seem to be some contradiction. One is the storage center, or the distribution center seems to have mostly a void core, right? So like seems like 30% of the actual volume is air, right? Not product, not logistics, right? Which seems extreme in the sense of the preciousness of the footprint, right? And all the sort of gymnastics structurally and everything logistically to get all the stuff up there, right, and down there. And I initially thought it would actually be a great place to have the store, right? Like, so to actually be amidst the product, right? That is sort of circulating around you. And you have that with a terrace a bit where you look through the glass ceiling and sort of use that volume almost as a sort of plenon, right? Like a cathedral-like space where you have like, I don't know, 10 stories of void above you and all the boxes traveling and the occasional shoe falling on the glass ceiling potentially, right? So why do you make it so closed off? What is the motivation for, which is more like maybe 1970s 80s kind of strategy, right, where they built these phone switching towers in Manhattan, right? 30 stories of travertine stone facades for the AT&T phone switch center. You couldn't look in, you couldn't look out, right? It was clear this is a space not for humans, but for the machines. Right? So you're doing something similar, and that's what the warehouses of Amazon are doing as well, right? But they're doing it out on the perimeter, right, of the city. So because you're making this bold move, right, and you still have all the truck traffic that's going to run like every 30 seconds, backing up, backing out along your beautiful city plaza, right? Squeezing into that corridor, waiting in the street, idling because they can't go one way and out, in and out, right? So there's a lot of choke points for this, in a sense, really beautiful, powerful quality that you've created, right? So I'm curious, maybe just some additional thoughts, like, what are the motivations behind those sort of sub choices, right? Like not the overall concept, I can see it, but the consequences of those choices.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting thought to make them more sort of combined and together. I think my thought process was really considering these two programs as sort of different things with different priorities, and from that I wanted to express them architecturally very different. So I was thinking that because distribution is focused on efficiency and sort of like this humanness, sort of machine coldness, I wanted to express it through the architecture as this sort of large looming mass that is sort of hovering up above. with just these very thin windows for lighting. It's sort of the absence of humanity. But in contrast with that, the actual shopping experience, the thing that people will be occupying and using, was meant to be like warm and welcoming and active. And so I actually, it was intentional to make the split between these two things sort of dramatic and emphasized, rather than incorporating them like you're suggesting, I suppose. If that answers your question.
Not so much suggesting, more questioning, right? Like, because
Yeah.
you, like, is there additional mileage you could get from the experience of something that is usually remote, right? So that's what I'm not questioning, and I'm basically saying I think you have a powerful juxtaposition, and it's the experiential character of logistics on site close to, right? Like imagining to have the violin come down, hover through the void, right, and get to your land in front of your feet. That's the theatrics of it, I mean, right? Because you have all of it, and you have the chorus, and you have the void, so you have all the components. It's like a theater stage, right? Like the drop stage where all the kind of scenery gets pulled up and down, right? So it's more like, yeah, basically, I think that contrast is powerful, and I think all the detailing is fully convincing. It's just that I would long to sit there and just look up most of the time, right? But only the people outside the store can do that. Right. So it's basically just an encouragement and push to sort of leverage the qualities that you've created, right? And I don't think they challenge the contrast that you've created, right? I think they would heighten, they would actually support the contrast. Right? And create more contact points in the sense of experiencing the contrast you have so carefully created, right? Which is really powerful and really well done.
Thank you.
Sorry, hi, Guy, am I pronouncing your name right? Did you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay. Quinn, I completely agree with Axel, and I actually had the same question of wondering why they were separated. And I understand from your presentation why. I also think, though, that conceptually, there's a lot here that you're exploring, which, you know, it's really exciting. And so as you're going through this presentation, my mind's going through all the different possibilities. And so then premising it off of what, you know, Michael introduced the studio as, you know, of thinking about technology and it's where we are in society. I think that there actually is a way that would heighten conceptually your project if you integrated all three of them together with this distribution center, particularly because I think one of the strongest parts of your project is your diagram of the distribution center. And then the question I would have is, in this automated system, how do you use that diagram and the automation of distribution to feed into your use of the experience? Because there's nothing to say that you can't, you know, I guess, curate the tempo of which items are being distributed and the pathways so that they could actually go through the experience center in the same networking of the conveyor aspect and pause at certain moments. And you could even like have them with the difference of framing of, you know, the steel that you're using for the distribution, but then the warmth of the wood, but just changing the metrics of that framing so that if it pauses for a bit longer, the experiential center, it's still part of the distribution, but you're also using that same language that someone can engage with it and still be a part of this larger system. So then added onto that, this notion of the branding that you're doing with your core, I think that there's two opportunities that you should consider, I guess, leveraging for this project, which is scarcity, right? And also the notion of Yelp reviews, social media. And so part of it, right, is in our now massively consumer and review driven culture, a lot of the purchases are made based off of, you know, what other people are purchasing. And so in that way, having your distribution, when you can start to see just by quantity, which products are being sent out and ordered, that in itself becomes its own branding, which would then actually force within your new distribution and the display of purchasing and consumerism, manufacturers to rethink how they brand, in which case then how they brand their product may be their own billboard. So you don't really need the billboard aspect for the elevator shafts, but it becomes where you can see through repetition, and it's a beautiful then orchestration where then your building, when we see it, we can understand what is basically in vogue, at a certain moment in time for each product, which I think would be just so exciting about this project, to use all of those aspects together.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Can I ask something? Maybe you mentioned it before, but did you already decide what kind of products will be distributed, or is it any kinds of products? Or
Yeah. Well, I mentioned it just briefly that there's a certain character of product that that people are more hesitant to buy online. Products like musical instruments or makeup or lighting. There's a lot of products that people that there are a lot of products that have been much more resistant to online purchasing and ordering than others. And I think those are the types of products that would be emphasized within this space. No one specific type of product, but more products that people want to use and interact with. And that also has the benefit of making the space itself much more active and fun when you see people using them or trying out a bike or riding it or trying on a suit or whatever. I think it would be to the benefit of the space as well, those types of products.
yes, yeah, of course. I was just wondering about the scale of the distribution center, because I think it's also must be limited, right, according to the products. I mean, you couldn't distribute any products because it doesn't look so super large, but maybe that's also misunderstanding.
Yeah, it would be limited, yeah.
Yeah, and then the other question was, what do you understand, and that's maybe a very European question, under experience center? Like is it only about shopping, leisure, or what will you do in this center? And then this would lead me also to the question, why does it have to be separated? I mean, why couldn't it be much more integrated? So it's one space, and you wouldn't even have to separate the structures using one, like the experience center with wood and the other one with steel. So maybe.
Yeah, well, first of all, they can be expressed architecturally completely differently. So one could be a huge looming mass that's cold and inhuman, and then one can be totally warm and welcoming and totally tailored to this experience of being within it. But also, you don't need as much back of house. So you don't need as much storage space, and you don't need as much product on hand when it's totally separated, because it's a totally separate system. And the people who are working there, they don't need to be stocking shelves or checking products or updating whatever indexes or whatever. They can be interacting with customers, and they can be showing off products. They can be giving product presentations. They can be interacting. So the whole space becomes more interactive and more active when it is separated like this.
Well, Quinn, I have a question for clarification. Is the stuff that's in the bottom part, your experience center, the instruments and makeup, and you mentioned a few other things, is this exclusively what's in the structure above, or is the structure above like more inclusive in terms of a general distribution center? Like,
Right.
I don't know. What is it?
Yeah, well, it doesn't necessarily have to only be those products, because it's completely separated. It is its own distribution center, and it can connect to this larger network of distribution centers, and really it can even just service deliveries within the downtown area. It doesn't necessarily have to be connected to this experience center down below. Yeah, that's right.
but it's a little more like the iPhone, like the Apple store, right? And you can go and you try out the tablet and stuff, but then when you want it, somebody leaves and disappears into the back, and then they will come out with your product, except the
Right.
back here is up above.
Yeah.
I don't know. I completely agree with the jurors, though. Like, I mean, I've experienced it with your drawings and images, but the place I would rather be is up in the top. Like, that's exciting to me, you know, and how that could even be involved in your shopping process would be really interesting. Like, that's the exciting part of the project, is like all these packages running around on conveyor belts and stuff, except nobody can go there.
Right.
I think it's actually a really interesting question of, what is the end goal of this project, right? Because you're thinking about distribution, but then you're also thinking about the new advent of shopping. But if you are looking to, right, use this notion of this distribution center to support shopping, part of that, to the point that Michael's just making, right? Like, if you go anywhere and you see that there is one of something left, or, 3 of something left, you're incentivized to purchase it more than if you know that there is a stock of, 100 of those items remaining. So I think that this project is a really interesting question of positioning then a new, way of interfacing with technology, and with all the technology we have access to, and understanding almost human psyche. Like, it's really interesting because you keep talking about this distribution center as this really cold place, but I actually think that the way our society is going, we are in the midst of this like really cold consumer-driven culture, where the warmth of this experience center, I think we're holding on to something that may, be fleeting. And it's almost, I think that, to the point that everyone else is making, that distribution center is, I think, the essence of your project.
Yeah, and actually, I think a key challenge is how to make those more humane, right? And your key move is to bring it in the center of the city, right? And so I think that's where it sort of clashes, right, with hiding the people who are working in there and hiding the logistics, right? When in fact it would make sense to make it the experience. This is what people do that work here, right? And we bring it into the center, right? And I think the other part of the logistics hub, which you described in the very first slides, right? I think that's also interesting, but for that, I would challenge the sort of truck alleyway back basement kind of distribution. I think the whole point could be that it is actually a much more organic distribution perpetually. It's electric, right? It's foot traffic based. It's a wheel card or electric bike based, right? It's a total different scale of distribution, which allows it to be in the city, right? In a cramped place. I mean, I wouldn't want to have like 18-wheelers backing up there and forklifts driving back and forth the whole time, right? Just to stuff all the stuff in there and then stuff it back down, right? So it needs to be a different scale. And I think that's the products you described, right? Specific products, right? That are urban, that are short last mile delivery, right? That can sort of hop in here maybe at night, right? Get charged at night, but during the day, perpetually distributed, not just to the experience store below, which is one part, right, where people maybe interact, but then also to the homes or to the new residential towers that are sprouting up, right? And for that, I think it'd be interesting to also exploit maybe the long visibility of the logistics center, right, as a billboard, right, itself. I mean, beyond the columns, because the other towers basically are neighbors of that tower, right? So like, in a sense, you could point to it like, from your 20-story apartment, right, at the tower, kind of see it sort of as a meta product there and have it delivered in a few minutes, right? So that to me is the power of your intermediate sort of hop distribution concept in the beginning, right? Not so much just a warehouse that is a normal warehouse on a skyscraper, right? But actually a different granularity and sort of reach into the city, and also a friendlier footprint, right, in terms of diesel fumes and traffic, etc. Right, that is actually pedestrian centered or last mile kind of electric transport centered, and that I think your conveyor belts and your escalators and everything actually speak to that, right? And the back ramp is more, I think maybe that's a night thing or once a day thing. but that is kind of more the conventional one, but not, I think, the core strength of what you're proposing, right? In your first slides of the rethinking of distribution as a sort of short hop, right, from center to center. So I think that's really powerful. That's in the project also, right? And I think I would focus on the innovation potential of change right here, not so much insisting that you've solved everything that they're already solving, right, and doing it the same way, right? But actually take serious what you have created, right, and its potential. Yeah, I don't think you have to justify it with the conventional logistics centers capabilities, right? So, but yeah, it's great.
But let me say something to that, because I think it's a super interesting point. If I recall, Quinn had this discussion, and it just makes me think of a central question that we always ask is like, what's the longevity of these projects that they're proposing? Because so much has changed in this pandemic in terms of lifestyles, like not just technological advance related to distribution, but the way we shop. And I think Quinn wanted to do shopping, and I'm like, nobody wants to shop anymore, right? We have Amazon. And so then he thought, well, maybe shopping and distribution center, but tell us what we're gonna shop for. So, I just wonder, like the last mile, of course, should be like mobile robots or something like this. But I think Quinn's drive is like, he still wants people to shop in person.
Right.
Nobody wants to.
Yeah, but I mean that engagement, I think the experience center is really interesting, right? But similar as Jihi was saying, like, and also Heike, what does experience actually mean in terms of shopping here, right? So you basically more or less replicate the Apple Store kind of process, right? Of the genius people hovering around, there's nothing really there, you see it, right? But what if that shopping experience also spills out on the street more, right? Because it's really quite exclusive, the Apple Store concept, quite a sort of guarded and exclusive kind of treasure box, and has one of the highest retail return, right, of all in terms of the high cost products. But what if this is actually spilling out in the city more, right? And what if people almost like buy stuff on the street also, right? I mean, in the sense of blending a bit more your plaza, right? The plaza on the ground floor, which is really powerful also, right? As a cafe space and as sort of the footprint of that shopping experience with interfacing with the city, right? So what if you just walk by and you don't have time to do the shopping experience, right? So you just want something, right? Or you pick it up walking by, right? Which has become very popular in the pandemic, right? So pick up, curbside pickup, like, or sidewalk pickup, right? So that this thing really becomes sort of a street corner market with infinite pockets, right? In a sense, like, and the higher you go, the more experience engaged, like, let's say you maybe are, right? In terms of length of time and commitment, etc. Right? But there's maybe a more, like, your project, I think, has the granularity, right, of engagement, right, by walking around or cutting through the corner as you described it, right? So those could also be, I think, part of a shopping experience, right, in a sense. But maybe it's the 2-minute version, right, where you sort of buy something, right, a block away, right, and by the time you walk by, you get your coffee, right, and you got your whatever, your smartwatch, right, that you had been thinking about, right, or maybe also other things, right? Less consumer-driven kind of shopping or like commercial transactions, right? Maybe it's about meeting people, etc. Right? So I think this is really as an urban sort of core or plaza in a sense, is, I think, a powerful concept that you architecturally have created, right? I think now I would really think about leveraging future sort of forward-looking versions of commerce, right? With your sort of reservoir of goods and things above, to maybe reflect on that going forward. That would be great.
Right, great. That's a great comment. And I'm glad you brought up the Apple Store, because that was definitely something I looked at. But my goal here was, like you mentioned, the Apple Store is very much like not everyone can just come in and go. Like, there's a security guard at the door, and it's sort of, there's this air of exclusivity. So I did want to take that model and sort of make it more for everyone, and not necessarily sell technology, but but right, make it active and that same model of people interacting with products. And like you said, trying to make it spill out into the street and having the cafe on the corner and having small stalls. Before this, the ground floor was more shopping, but removing it so that people can sort of wander through it and see these products and interact. Yeah, definitely.
And I think there can never be enough collective spaces, also such as experience spaces. I think that's something very timeless. No, I mean, during the pandemic, I missed at least those spaces where I could meet other people. But I also, during your presentation, I had to think of, I'm not a car driver, or I don't own a car, but in Germany, there is like this Volkswagen factory, in Wolfsburg and also in Dresden, where like the cars are presented in those, like in a huge tower, glass tower. And even passing this tower, you can see the cars distributed like along the vertical tower. And I don't know how it functions in detail, but I think it's also part of an experience to buy your car and to get like directed or guided through the whole tower from the bottom until the top. And somehow, I mean, it's a slightly different program, but I think people love to experience that. I think that was, I think that you need to show them what you are selling and how it will be distributed. And yeah. And you can.
Scary, go ahead. Oh, okay. I agree with that. And I'm sitting here thinking about the whole notion of, Quinn, if you're trying to hold on to the experience of shopping, and then, what's being said of, people they don't go into stores anymore. I am actually one of those people who does prefer to try on everything. And so I get the premise of what you're doing. But I think that added to this conversation, then what you should challenge yourself to think about is how can you redefine that experience? So rather than, recreating this, experience of going in and trying something, how can you then, within what you're setting up, tying it still with this distribution? I love scaling this down so it can multiply many times over in the city, but then what that experience is. So then to Heike's point, the car, because I'm terrified, whenever I buy a car, I'm terrified of driving off of the lot, because once you drive off of that lot, there's no turning back. So similar then to whichever these experiences are, is there a way then, within this cafe, but rather than designing at that scale, that you think through the goods you're selling and the environments that you might need to create so someone can have a holistic experience, where they are really immersed in it? For example, if you're buying clothing, the idea that, I can try on all this clothing, but then be in this alternate space that allows me to, make these decisions rather than being in, the experience of just a store. Does that make sense? So I would think about that, because I think there's an entire way that you can create a lovely orchestration of the premise you are doing without using older models of that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah.
And I have one material detailing question.
I hate this. Okay, I just want to say last question, because we couple minutes over, and then let's move on.
Yeah, just last comment. I appreciate the all wood structure, mass timber, I assume, right? The bottom is that. And I was curious, I saw that the columns seem also mass timber in the bottom, or are they concrete and then just have a cladding, wood cladding, as they pass through the experience zone, in a sense? Because you spent a lot of time and effort in detailing that, and I just was curious about.
Which part are you referring to?
So in the bottom, in the cafe area, in the bottom, when the columns are visible and the wood, they seem to have like a wood beam sort of pattern as opposed to concrete, right? They're paper thin, and suddenly the structural columns don't look as continuous anymore. So is that, how does it work? Is there a concrete core that goes all the way through, and then a wood sort of pattern?
Yeah, it's the cores themselves are concrete, and they're doing the structural work. The columns actually, it's a little bit disingenuous because the columns aren't actually doing any of the structural work. It's all these concrete cores and the beams that are doing the work. Yeah.
So the wood structure is more or less like, yeah, just carrying itself in the sort of local loading, but it's
Right.
attached to. Okay. So there was just the rendering was just not showing the concrete core and in the base load
Yeah.
video. Okay, that was good because this is very well worked out, right? Which is great. So I appreciate the visualization as well. But I think we have to wrap up, or Michael wants to.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we're supposed to end at 12:45. Anyway, or 11:40. No, 12:45. Quinn, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, all these good suggestions, you can change it on your own. Won't make a difference, but like, so I would change everything at this point. No, super good suggestions, because I think they were like targeting, you know, the experience of the shopping, but also the logistics of distribution and how they're both, it's almost two separate projects. So they have a whole lot of issues here that are interesting. Okay, so Brandon, are you prepared to maybe share screen?
Let me share my screen right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Can everyone see this? Perfectly clear. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brandon Chai, and my project aims to give small retail stores the opportunity to survive and become successful by connecting housing and retail to be mutually beneficial to each other. To start off, some context here. The LA Fashion District is like a famously known hotspot for shopping, featuring over 2,000 independently small-owned retail as well as wholesale businesses. And in the LA district alone, according to the US Bureau of Economic Analysis, around 90% of US businesses are family-owned, as well as accounting for 64% of the GDP. That is until starting businesses like Amazon created an e-commerce marketplace, which dropped store sales by 16.4% as of 2020, since people are more encouraged to shop online rather than in person, which became more of a demand when COVID hit. Switching to an online marketplace is an option, but many simply do not have enough resources to switch due to either lack of technology, knowledge, or funds. Even though the pandemic is temporary, small business owners will continue to face new problems in the future. And since the demand for connection between housing and retail is more apparent, becomes more apparent during the quarantine, my proposal is to create a mixed-use housing with retail, where the housing units are being supported by the retail below. Merging these two communities creates an opportunity for retail to thrive by catering to the retail for the retail to thrive by catering to the tenants living within the building, as well as from outside guests. This will give small retail businesses as well as startups to the opportunity to grow and have the option to expand their business or switch to an online marketplace. So the proposed site is located on the corner lot of South Olive and West 11th Street, which are blocks away from local hotspots such as the Staples Center and the LA Convention Center and the Grand Hope Park. Nearby, the surrounding site includes adjacent parking lots as well as mostly business and residential buildings. And at the intersection between Olive Street and 11th Street are two major corridors with nearby bus stops as well as bike lanes. And as for zoning, the site is C2 commercial with 1301 FAR, meaning that there are no setbacks as well as height limits. So the first formal approach to the building was to build a tower supported by 2 cores, as well as a center focus atrium and an urban void. And the front facade was cut regarding to the urban void, creating stunning views of the Santa Monica Mountains to the north, downtown Los Angeles to the northeast, and Civic and Staples Center to the northwest, and for the bigger plaza below. Here's a view of from the urban void in the center, showing downtown as well as the mountains. The structure of the building consists of steel columns and beams with 2 main cores for circulation, with egress stairs being supported by shear walls that goes up 15 stories. As for the program itself, the program consists of 2 main spaces, one being retail, another being residential. The top half of the building consists of 6 floors of 35 residential units, while the bottom half consists of 4 floors of 36 retail stores and 6 north-facing retail units that turn into double height space. Double height live workspace, sorry. Below, the space contains 2 floors of food marketplace. For the first floors of retail, each floor would consist of a variety of small businesses and startup stores that would appeal, varying from a general customized interest to mimic the appeal of thrift stores due to their variety. Each business is arranged to suit the theme of each floor, which is such as like a apparel floor, an art floor, a pet floor, or miscellaneous floor. Some businesses are temporary and change according to the tenants' wants and needs. There's a visual representation of the building from the intersection between Olive and 11. So going to the ground floor. The ground floor consists of 60-unit marketplace that surrounds the center atrium space open to above. There are 2 main entrances to the north, as well as an alleyway to the back leading to the underground parking lot, as well as offloading trucks for products as well. The unique cut in front of the building also provides a public urban space, as well as mostly for gathering, eating, and entertainment. And the circulation of the retail relies on the center atrium space where people can access escalators to go up and explore each floor. Here's a showcase of the food marketplace below. Visitors can experience the vast atrium space by gathering to the center or to eat, or to traverse up each floor through escalators. The next floor introduces some retail space into the marketplace space to indicate the change to retail going on to the 3rd floor. And the 3rd floor, 3rd and 4th floor demonstrates an example of business that suit each theme floor. The miscellaneous floor, as shown here, showcase a variety of different small retail businesses, and the apparel floor showing mostly apparel stores. Storefront roll-up doors would allow each store to extend merchandise to the hallways and provide easier shopping for consumers. For the loft space, 3 double height unit lofts are shown on the north side of each floor to show the merge between retail and housing, to introduce a lived work condition showing the coexistence of both spaces. And here's a visual representation of the apparel floor with the extended merchandise from small retail brand stores. And finally, the retail floor above, or sorry, the housing floor above the urban void is on the 9th floor, houses 5 single units with 2 double units. Say the center atrium no longer acts as a path to circulation, but acts as a light well as a ventilation for units above. And here's single and double units in the retail space, residential space, as well as a rendering for the kitchen balcony space of a single unit. Each elevation shows the urban void, which provides natural air circulation as well as gathering space between both communities, while offering architectural views to the mountains and landscapes below. And this will be the north side elevation. The facade, consists of thin GFRC panels that will provide weathering protection as well as being easily replaceable and provides shading. And in the sections below, each section provides views of the atrium space in the center that provides circulation, air circulation, and light to the floors below. So here's the image of the urban void. So the urban void will mostly be the center point between both spaces. Individuals will view both the interior atrium as well as the exterior plaza below. And overall, I believe that this project can help small retail businesses get a chance to grow as well as create a mutual bond between both retail and housing space. Thank you.
Good question, Brandon. You may have mentioned it. Are the shops all self-owned and bought as in real estate wise, or is the entire thing owned by, let's say, the city or so and leased out as a sort of startup?
They are individual. Oh, sorry. They are individually bought. They are self-owned, family-owned businesses.
And how does it work as a sort of micro mall? I mean, is it like a co-op in the sense of that everyone contributes to the upkeep of the public spaces, or is there like, because I think because it's not a mall, right? But it's, I don't know if people own stores in the mall. I mean, corporations probably do, but individuals, I think, would lease them probably. So, I mean, you weren't asked to develop that, but in terms of the character of the space, I'm curious about that, right? Is it more, do you imagine it as a collective, more as a collaborative, like people go there because they like the community and want to coordinate together, or do you think of these more as people who lock up at 6 p.m. and either go out in their apartment or drive away, but don't really interact? So what's the scale and the character of the building that you imagine?
Okay, so what my main focus is to kind of create this mini mall space containing these individually owned retail space where people will be able to kind of sorry, let me go to a better program. So the retail space and the residential units are kind of supporting each other, where the residential, think about this for a second. I'm so sorry.
But it's okay. I mean, the reason I'm asking is because you created very lavish and very beautiful moments in your project, right? Like that intermediate, the void space, the terrace has these high ceilings and views into the city. You emphasize the landscape, the mountains, right? You're connecting to many, you're basically creating many qualities in the city that are usually lost, right? If you're living in an individual unit. So that just makes me think that has the potential, right, for also creating a tight-knit community through its architecture, right? So that sort of goes beyond the mini mall and the sort of housing above, right? But I'm wondering whether there'd be moments like the one in the middle where people standing in the terrace, right? Where those spaces could also be used by the collective kind of the inhabitants, right, for parties, right, or for gatherings, like Friday, I don't know, maybe at 6 or 8, the small closes, right, to the public, right, but then it's invitation only, and it's kind of friends and family, or you have different types of, you program these spaces in different at different scales. So from the individual shop, from the owner live on loft space, which is very powerful and interesting, to these sort of atriums, which are slightly more private, I guess, but have the potential to give back also to the owners above, right, as a sort of somewhat sheltered but connected public space. Right? So I think those are really powerful, and I saw the project, I think, in the midterm also. I think it's come
Yes.
a long way in terms of also the aesthetics of the representation. I think you're creating this vision, and that's what I was just trying to push on, right, in the sense whether you have thought about those organizational structures that go along with the architecture, or the architecture maybe creating these organizational, bringing these into life, right, by the sheer will of your design, right, and people would want that. So that was just some reflection, commentary, if there was thoughts behind that in a sense. So it's good.
I do agree.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, I also like your idea, but I also wanted to ask if, like, in what way, like the housing and the retail spaces, like if maybe you can explain a bit more how that I can visualize the shops. Like, is it more local shops, or is it corporate shops, like neighborhood shops, or and would also maybe, like, who is living in your apartment, like what kind of audience, or like is it one, like single persons or students, or is it more low cost housing, or because the facade looks quite like it somehow I had this impression that it's kind of luxurious, or it's kind of expensive. But then on the other hand, I thought maybe it's not expensive because, like, it's all like those local neighborhood shops.
Yes. So mostly this is geared towards like a low income housing, as well as appealing to mostly families, or families, due to the shops being more local, local brand shops, which inhabit this space.
Can I add something to that, Brandon? Sorry, but it's like there's a great case study for his project in Los Angeles. It's called The Brewery. I don't know, like, I know Axel, Jay, you probably know it. Right. And the brewery is a housing place where everybody has shops, and everybody who lives there makes stuff, and then they sell it there, and they have Thursday night, right? And it is your program, but it's very, very expensive. It's one of the most exclusive kind of places to live in that, like, I mean, there's a waiting list for years to be able to try and get a space in there. And so I just think you're a little disillusioned thinking that it's going to be somebody who is paying like low rent and selling jewelry and out of here and going to make ends meet. Like this is downtown LA, a brand new 40 million. Like, I think that demographic is just way off base. The demographic is going to be, yes, they're going to be makers and they're going to be marketing their stuff, but it's going to be very high end and they're going to be very like wealthy people. Like that's how it is. It's the $40 million brand new building. That's just what it is. But I think that distinction is important for the issues that these guys are talking about. Sorry for taking the time away from you guys. But.
Yeah, then maybe also the question whose hand it is. You have this opening image, right, where the giant outlined, which is very much in the sort of spirit, I guess, 1960s kind of like our city, right? Who's it, like basically do not have like. So is there whose hand is that?
Well, the the hand was mostly, I believe, mostly to kind of demonstrate the connection between these two communities, the topping retail, oh sorry, the topping housing and the bonding retail. But if you want to ask whose hand it is, I believe I would answer it being the community itself. Just the two communities kind of merging together to kind of put this housing project or housing retail together.
That's great.
Brandon, I think it's a really interesting premise that you're creating, and I have like my mind is swirling with questions because I think that what's interesting that this is coming right after Quinn's project, where we just had a discussion about how shopping and stores are dying, and you are creating a mini mall, which ironically is a typology that is also dying or being replaced, right? Where even now they are being replaced or renovated and reused as schools.
Yes.
So you're creating this premise though, where, and I guess one of my worries is that I feel like this housing project will end up collapsing on itself because it seems very insular, where the tenants are the ones who own the stores downstairs. And then the question is, who are those stores meant for? And so I think that there is, if you were going to hold on to this premise conceptually, I think that there, for me, is a missing third part of how do you bring this outside in? And I know you were speaking to the atrium, but the atrium is an insular moment, at least the way I'm reading it in plan and in section. And you do have, the green area at the ground floor level, but I don't know that that's enough to start bringing outside people in to incentivize them to go in. And then looking at the program, it seems like there are a lot of stores, but not really moments of public gathering to allow people from the outside to go in and to just experience the space and then happen to shop, which is also, if you think about malls, the future, the only malls that have continued to flourish there's two types, right? One type are the really high-end malls. And then the second are the ones where they're rethinking what a mall is and using them as public gathering spaces and spaces of engagement and enhancing the experience. So I guess I'm wondering about this, but then I have another question for you. Because another read I have of this is if it's actually a vertical neighborhood that you have designed, in which case I do think then, I guess, okay, let me just pause at that question. Is this intended so that you are going to bring outside people in, or is it intended that the people who live in the residence, it should be basically a self-contained, self-sufficient neighborhood vertically?
Yes, that's an interesting question. For my project, I wanted to create like a self-sustaining type of building where the tenants above would mostly not be people who own the stores below, but kind of be their own community where they would kind of be the main income for the stores below, and they'll kind of like self-sustain each other, where the tenants will kind of live within this building and have all the stores they need, and then the retail stores will kind of benefit off of from the tenants, and it'll just be this cycle of self-sustainability.
Got it. You know what you're missing, or am I just not seeing it? So if we are going to evaluate this then off of the premise of a self-sustaining neighborhood where the tenants essentially, in theory, don't have to leave this complex, are there any opportunities for them to even get groceries or food?
Yes, that'll be where the first 2 stories would be. They'll just be food marketplace.
Okay.
So yes.
And maybe focusing on the facades, the exterior, like the second row on the right with the blue sky, the image.
Okay.
So also in contrast to Quinn's project, but you seem to have, you also have a similar division, right, between an upper volume, which is residential, and then the lower volume, I guess, is retail or loft retail. Is that correct, or is it all retail?
The bottom would be 4 floors of retail. The top would be 6 floors of residential.
And where the loft residential work live places?
They'll be in the front. They'll be the first 3 units in the north.
Okay, so that's why the facade in the bottom looks the same as the facade in the top in terms of residential.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that's interesting in the sense of similar to the question, how do people come in, right? Like how do you become familiar, or how does it advertise itself as a space that is for the public? So there's the terrace, the sort of airspace in between, that's one part, and then the 2 stores below, I guess, that act as a sort of feeder, or as a pulling people in. But I'm curious how how it functions, because it's a hinge point in the neighborhood, right? You're also giving some of the volume up by creating the setback, like the diagonal cut with that plaza. So it does become somewhat of a beacon in a sense, right?
Yes, it would be. Yeah, the vertical cut in the front would kind of face towards the intersection, should kind of like gear traction towards the building, as well as provide some nice viewpoints as well. So that's.
I think it would also.
Oh no, go ahead.
It would also be interesting, powerful to actually explore the different appearances through the time of day, right? Like, because I think a morning activity could be quite different compared to, let's say, midday, right, when people have lunch breaks in the sort of inter space kind of floor, right, to populate that, and then maybe night activity when the building sort of starts glowing from the inside out. Right? I think I would experiment with that, because I think that's also a key part of this community, and how you imagine it, and also how it sort of pulses and reinvents itself throughout the day. I think that's what I was trying to say before also, that there should be some form of a plan, I think, also how to program these different areas from the community perspective, but also from the public being invited in, and how the building sort of adjusts with that. Currently, it's relatively consistent in its aesthetic, which is quite successful in the sense of pulling it together as a design proposal. But to bring it to life, I think you could push those sort of shifts in character of the building, like as a intentional inside-out building to some degree. Right? So it's much more public than a residential tower would be, right? Like, and those aspects are relatively blending in right now, which they probably are during certain times of the day, but probably not in others. Right? Again, the brewery is super active in the life, right? In the evening, when people come and sort of shop and drift, right? But probably during the day, it's a much more residential vibe, right? So how does the building deliver that, right? And you have many features in it, right? And you've thought about it a lot, and you also drew all the plans, which is also great to see. I think you were working on that also in midterm already. So there's some development there, and to have some interior perspective is also very, very useful.
Anybody last comments?
Yeah, I also, on the facade, maybe I would like to comment or have a question, like this typology is, do you also find this typology in the neighborhood, or is it like invented by you somehow? I was wondering about the context of the facade, like the urban context. Like now it looks kind of contextual, like also referring to the facade from its neighborhood, and very kind of also in a good way normal. It's not very spectacular or saying like shouting, "Here I am, and please come and live in this house," or "shop here." It looks very moderate or very decent or very modest somehow. And I was just wondering what was your intention behind this modesty?
So I wanted to kind of adapt this building into the neighborhood context. There's some nearby residential areas that have this kind of similar look, and I didn't want it to kind of stand out too much to be invasive per se, but I believe just kind of adapting this type of facade into the neighborhood will kind of blend itself with surrounding context and kind of create a subtle way of this adapting to the neighborhood context.
Okay, Brandon, congratulations. You've really come a long ways. I am proud of you. It was, I know it was difficult. It's difficult for everybody working alone in their apartments on a senior project. It's really like, it's a lot. So congratulations, and I'm glad actually the discussion was about the ideas of the community and the economic viability, et cetera, and not about the particulars of your floor plans, et cetera. So I think you have a fairly decent workable project, and that's great. So anyway, let's move on. Cheyenne, can you share screen?
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brandon. By the way, I don't like sharing screen. I prefer if we're all on concept board and they are just driving us around on the concept board, but this is not my room, so I don't have that ability to let us do this. Anyway, this works okay. It's just, I feel trapped. I want to pan around and look at stuff on my own and I can't. Frustrating. Okay, go, Cheyenne.
Can you guys see the screen? Like the...
Yeah, but can I suggest something? I don't know if this is a problem with other people, but I like seeing the faces of people as well on the side. And so maybe you can just pan to the left a little bit.
You mean, what do you mean, like?
Just
this
not
way?
right in the center, just to the other left.
This way?
Yeah, that's better, because then it's kind of, we can keep the people off to the side. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You can arrange that, Michael, on the people. Sorry.
There's nowhere on the top and bottom. If it's right in the middle, I can't put it in the left or right. You could go to the right or the left. I don't care. Just one side. Okay, go.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cheyenne Kavener, And so I began starting off my project by explaining the driver of the studio, which was basically to research how to architecturally integrate expanding technologies within our studio and how that is basically integrated within the built environment. And this is specifically being integrated into the South Park community area, which is located here aerially. And you'll see the Staples Center and around this area for major landmarks. So the South Park community is epicenter for like expanding mid to high rise construction. And we're seeing right now is that South Park will be expecting 7,000 new residents and 30 new buildings additionally. And this map is basically mapping the urban density of the project within Los Angeles as well as South Park, LA. And with the rise of this population happening over time, it creates amplifying conditions on LA's ability to adapt and respond to it, especially its old infrastructure issues such as like poverty, as well as resource scarcity, health mobility, sustainability, and climate change. And so my project is specifically addressing these old infrastructure issues by basically having this resilient and self-sustaining urban system to basically have bettering of its residents within South Park. So the technology that is specifically addressing is a smart city system. And this is a diagram that shows a breakdown of the smart city technologies. And this is basically these different technologies and systems will be used by interdisciplinary fields that will work together to research and collect the data and store it and give basically like real-time feedback and solutions for the community to make a more efficient city. And this is basically a map that we normally don't see, which is basically the mapping of the global internet and how interconnected we are on a global scale. So this map is an aerial map of South Park, and basically it focuses on where my building is located, which is centrally located in South Park to view its surrounding context. And it's specifically located along South Broadway and 11th Street. And this is a closer view of the project. And this is South Park running along here and 11th Street along here. And the site that was specifically chosen is a very narrow site, zoned at a C2, which has no height restrictions as well as no setbacks. And the formal approach to my project begins by having this programmatic use that splits the use of the technology portion of the project, which is the data center, and it houses servers. And on the left-hand side is the user space, which is basically having the research center, and you have uses for the public along here. And it began formally by basically having this programmatic breakage and specifically having this cutout that communicates this explicit facade and circulation system that reflects honest, transparent research of the smart city technology for reimagining a thriving city. And to continue is the structural diagram of the project, which has a solid core wall along the north side of the project, and there's a shear wall along the alleyway. And then it's basically has a secondary system of support, which is the middle columns that carry the cantilevered load of the project, which is running along South Park Street along here, and it carries it back to the back end of the project. And this diagram is specifically a structural assemblage of the columns and beams and the floor slabs going on, and the metal cladding facade system that goes on the project. And so the ground floor is basically the main driver of this is as a social infrastructure for the public. And it basically provides the social infrastructure by having this activated street plaza that has landscaping and planting. And it also has an open cafe area where people can actually sit as they walk along the project. And there are 3 main points of entry to this project, which is having this setback 8-foot lobby area, and also this small, very interactive exhibit that serves as like a precursor. And people can walk in through these unfolding doors, and it's basically as a procession to the main central exhibit. And all of this space is serving as public space, giving back to the city. And the third point of entry is the streetscape stairs, which goes up to more community space happening on the 2nd floor. And this part is the floor plan of the typical office floor plan, which has 3 parts of breakdown for the use of the back of house, which is basically the research center for the wet houses are located on the left. And in the central part is the dry, as well as open urban incubator spaces. It's more collaborative, and there's meeting areas. And on the right is the technology part of the project, which houses the data servers. And to continue on is to the elevation along South Broadway. What we have is basically, this is designed a building system that is mirroring its urban context, and it has this materiality that is transparent through this opening, and it communicates this mutual public demonetization of the smart city by giving back to the public. And this is a more detailed perspective of the facade, as well as the use space sectionally, looking into the research center. And the material that was specifically chosen was polished metal cladding. And I was really interested in investigating how this material can change throughout the day and how it reflects its urban context. And I also did like different renderings of like how it could change during the weather. And this is the more closer view of how the system would be assembled, and different circulation portions of that connect the research center as well as back to the data center. And you're seeing that the inner workings of the headquarters happening through the window cutout. Oops. And for closing comments, the foremost part of this project is to serve as a social infrastructure focusing on the public well-being to generate a productive, livable, resilient, and efficient city. Thank you.
I really like the complexity of this project. And if I understood right, it's like an example, like a kind of prototype, or is it like it's a research center, which is like from bottom to the top, like an example of how to deal with data and how to deal with technology, and so also the facade, like the architecture, is like part of this research project.
Yeah, it was basically to communicate like its own surrounding context of South Park.
Because I think I still don't quite understand why you chose specifically this site. It's quite specific, or it's quite narrow. It's quite small.
Yeah, I specifically chose it.
The size of the project.
Yeah, I specifically chose the project because it creates kind of like the site itself creates a challenging shape for the project. So it does create kind of like a more challenging programmatically for the space.
But could it be too small for all those functions you are putting inside?
Yeah, I think it is very narrow, looking back at the project, but I think it does serve more, having more height. It can serve more for office spaces.
Yeah, it's not really clear what the research is, but I know Cheyenne talked about there being a similar, it's an Alphabet funded company. It was in Toronto, which basically was situated in the center of the city to analyze the city to kind of, so that's why the proximity in the middle of the city. Just so it's in the context that it's analyzing, but I'm not sure what that is.
Was
Yeah, I
my
think
same question, Michael. Yeah, sorry, Cheyenne, if you have the answer, that would be great, because I'm curious what exactly is the data being collected, and then what are you doing with that data? Because I understand that this premise of this prototype is a lot about transferring of data, but what's the data and what do you do with it?
I think it's very like general and ambiguous, but it's basically it's servicing what is happening currently within Los Angeles, and like it could be like traffic congestion and trying to optimize that through smart, intelligent sensors that happen on different intersections. It could be tracking that, or it could be having sensors on like water and power pipes and figuring out when it's breaking and how efficient it can be repaired. It could also be like how to manage the stormwater drainage during droughts. It's very ambiguous, but it's trying to work with surrounding developers within the community and trying to figure out how to install different devices. And those could be very different depending upon the developer. So I think it's working with the surrounding developers to figure out what solutions are best for that particular project or unit.
I think there's also something quite powerful, provocative by pulling the street in with this urban stair. I think you have this public staircase, is that correct? On the side that's cut out in the facade. Which
this part?
The still catching up.
Would that be along the floor plan?
Yeah, the what isn't this circulation here public to this?
Oh yeah, this circulation is public. This is a public circulation, sir. Yeah.
And I'll erase my scribble in just a second. Don't need to scribble on your beautiful plans. But I was wondering about the staircase, the circulation, because it comes down right there where that's sort of, yeah, the most prominent place of the sort of, yeah, that balcony is kind of ending. How is that, how did that happen? Is that because does the staircase have a continuation kind of role that you continue from that up to the roof or so, or is it to the?
Yeah, so these are the two breakdowns of the egress stairs, and basically the driver of this was to first basically 8 feet of the project to serve as like this architectural billboard that has people walking up the building and seeing the inner workings of that. And the egress stairs is basically, it exits down right here and comes out on 11th Street. And this one comes out right here.
Because with regards to the data collection, you have this nice diagram, right, of sensing. I would call it sensing, collecting, and processing in a sense, right? Like you have collecting in 2 columns, which is a bit of an overlap, which points towards this, I guess, this ambiguity, right, in terms of where the storing and collecting actually happens, which I think could be very interesting with your data center being a building in the city, right, and actually having part of the city fold into the city, right, that you could emphasize how the data is being processed locally in the building itself. Right? So currently, architecture is mainly used as the scaffold for extracting data to some data center elsewhere, like Facebook or Google Nest or all the different kind of companies that do that in the homes. Right? Architecture is really just a harness to hold the sensors of somebody else, right? To extract your life and store it in some processing center elsewhere. Right? Whereas how I understand your project is that you do actually collect the data locally, right? I mean, you have it on site, right? You do the research on site, you have the people who work with it directly be part of the urban context, right? And sort of as a laboratory. Right? So I'm reading it also, and I don't need to project too much or anything into it, but reading it as a sort of somewhat flipped up part of the city, right? Where you kind of collect and store and experience and test, and also get to witness what that work means for a public that may not immediately have an understanding of that because it's usually hidden away, similar to the logistics centers. Right?
Yeah, it's about the relationship of like giving away that privacy that so many people have difficulties with, and by giving more privacy of your specific private life, you're able to gain back more service from the data and creating back that public, more efficient city through that process.
Yeah, I think just one last comment. The aesthetics, I think, is also very powerful. Right? You've created a very distinct representation choices. Like also the last perspective is really beautiful. Right? The way you work with the sharp angles and the drawn out kind of perspectives, and also even your programming diagram sort of echoes the super graphics of your ultimate facade. Right? So I think there's a lot of interesting aspects, which I was curious if those could also be reflected in how you visualize data. Right? Is there some way to experience data not just as a texture, right, but as an actually lived in sort of part of the architecture that maybe, I mean, lighting is maybe just as, as sort of for the sense, right? But somehow, yeah, I think I read that texture as a partially as a placeholder, right? To say like, I want this to be responsive and sort of map and be readable, right? As a graphic form of what's going inside. And I think that's also a powerful sort of stance. Sorry, Heidi.
No, sorry for I'm interrupting you, but I just thought if maybe it would help to have maybe 3 case studies of different kind of working with different kinds of data, like so that it becomes easier to visualize or to grasp also what data could be. And I think that at least for me, I still somehow have difficulties to picture like the material of data and maybe, yeah, it could also help like in the end the project understand what you are actually doing there and what you are actually researching there. If it's also, for instance, the politics of data, or if it's just very hands-on, like an emergency call somehow. I don't know.
I think one way to just, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I think for now, like of what I understood now, it could be anything, like a kind of anything. It could be research, anything what has to do with data, like any kind of data.
Yeah, like a more indirect way of like showcasing data is like through our own interface of our own phones and having that as like a way to display data. It could be like an app that the headquarters has and you can like download it and then it would display data through that sense. But I think, yeah, I did not have that approach architecturally of expressing that data within the building, which is kind of lacking.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's it's a beautiful project. It's so that's just, the foundation of the comments, but there's a lack of specificity that I think would take this to a level of a really rigorous conceptual engagement, partly because, so I went through and read a lot of your briefs yesterday evening. And so picking apart some of, how you described your own project, if I am remembering correctly, a reimagined city, and then a reciprocal relationship of privacy and the benefit of information, and then a smart city technology tied to urban innovation. And I think that these are really wonderful descriptors of the potential of the project that I don't see because of the lack of specificity. So when you were when I was reading about the brief of this project, and then while you were describing it, I was really waiting to see to the points that were being made earlier, how does my interaction, if I was in the city and I entered the building, I don't even think that I'm the end user of this building. Because I was thinking that there was something really interesting about putting in a physical form what happens with all of us, with our current data and all the tracking devices that are placed on us, and how that gets used in a positive way rather than in a currently less positive, very invasive way. Or if you were going to take the position that, in being invasive, we were pulling out, you were extracting positivity or something that you could use with that data. But I'm not quite sure yet. And then it's really interesting to the whole notion of data that actually the facade system you've created inevitably cloaks all of that data, because basically we are reflected with the existing city, right? That's the reflection in the facade and not a reimagined city. So I think that there are a few holes in this conceptually that I don't know if you have any of the answers to that you just missed in the presentation, or if it isn't yet there.
It's not developed to that point, but I was researching like different interactive facades and like having QR codes that are like printed on the facade, and like that displays information through that sense, and people can like walk by and scan it. I was investigating it, but it's not there to that level yet.
You guys, I'm afraid we have to end because other people are coming in from another section. Jury are gonna stay here. Cheyenne, I just want to say some last words. I think it's actually a beautiful project. I like the object a lot. What just happened? You guys still there? Oh, you're still there. Just left my screen, but I just want to say that these students should get credit for not just the architectural strategy of making the building, but conceptualizing the narrative, and I think you've done exceptionally well at that. Like, you were really good, in articulating these issues of reciprocal kind of benefit relative to privacy and data collection, and I think that's really important. I agree with Jay. Like that's what this project is about, and could use a little more development, because that's what the jury's interested in. That's what everybody's interested in, right? Your building will be likely bombed, if not graffitied, and windows broken. Like, it's Big Brother, and I think you've brought all those issues to the forefront. So I think credit for that for sure. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys and go to a different room for 2 other students. And let me see if I'm understanding this very complex schedule.
But congrats to the last 3 students. Michael, it's great to see the work. Very diverse topics, also really engaging. And Brandon.
Yeah, but you're not leaving, right?
No, but you are leaving, and you were the teacher of that group, I assume.
Is Andy here? Andy Lansing? Oh, yes. Okay, Andy, I see your image. You need to begin. Who's your instructor?
I thought I started at 2.
I think she starts at 2, Michael. I think between 1:45 and 2, there's time to transition.
Oh, we just have a break?
I think so.
Oh man, I was so stressed out. Okay, trying to get out of here right on the minute. We have 15 minutes. Okay, Cheyenne.
I'll see you guys later.
No, you're off the hook, Cheyenne. Congratulations. Okay, so 15-minute break. Then I have to join a different room. But thank you, jury, so much, Heike, Jahi, Axel.
Oh, I agree with Axel. It was really conceptually very, you guys took us to a really exciting place, and it was really fun to just engage with the ideas. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we can take a 15-minute break. Is that the idea?
Yep,
I think you can take a break until 2 o'clock, Axel.
Okay.
back at 1:59.
Well, we'll be back then.
Okay.
Thanks.
Michael, I think you became co-host. I think someone's asking for host privileges. It was Sarah.
Oh no, I got it. Thank you. So.
Andy, Katrin is your, yeah, okay. Katrin is coming here. She's here. Okay, cool. Bye. I'm joining the room.
Hallo Heike.
Hey. Wie geht's?
Gut, gut. Und dir?
Auch.
Schön zu sehen. Bist du
Ja.
in
Genau. Ist jetzt gerade schon dunkel.
fast, oh wow, ja, schon fast 11 Uhr, ne? Bei euch?
Ja. Genau.
Genau, fast 11 Uhr. Ja, okay, ja. Sehr lustig. Wir haben gerade unser Panel, von dem ich gerade komme, war, wir hätten fast Deutsch sprechen können im Panel. Und wir haben die Diskussion beendet mit, mit einem Kommentar über das Schwarze Café in Zürich. Ich weiß nicht, kennst du Tibor Belitzky?
Ich habe mal gehört von ihm, der macht diese Zeitschrift, oder? Diese super bla bla.
Ja, ja, genau, Superposition. Und er hat davon erzählt, dass es also wir haben darüber geredet, über öffentliche Räume, die kostenlos sind, wo man einfach sich treffen kann und Kaffee trinken kann und so weiter, so Public Living Room. Und er hat gesagt, ja, in Zürich gibt es das Schwarze Café und da gibt es kostenlosen Kaffee.
Musst du dafür zahlen?
Vielleicht hat er da was missverstanden.
Hat er was gut oder sowas?
Aber er hat gesagt, wie toll das ist, dass man da einfach sitzen kann.
Gut, auf jeden Fall.
Was?
Die Geschichte ist gut.
Ja. Warst du eigentlich schon mal in Deutschland auf der Museumsinsel Hombroich?
Nee.
Da musst du unbedingt mal hin. Das ist in der Nähe von Köln-Aachen, da die Ecke.
Okay.
Und das ist von dem Künstler Erwin Herrich. Erwin Herrich. Ja, der war Bildhauer und dessen Skulpturen, also wirklich ganz, ganz einfache geometrische Formen, sind in diesem Skulpturenpark oder sind in diesem Park in Architektur umgesetzt worden. Da sind dann irgendwie 10 kleine Pavillons, die jeweils ein Kunstmuseum, so eine Galerie sind. Und ist super schön, also ist wirklich, wirklich toll und inspirierend, einfach architektonisch wirklich inspirierend. Aber was ich eigentlich sagen wollte, ist, dass es da kostenloses Mittagessen gibt. Also man bezahlt Eintritt zum Park und dann landet man irgendwann an dem Restaurant, stellt sich an, gibt Scheibe Brot mit Käse und so ein Kram irgendwie. Und dann sucht man so, wo ist die Kasse, wo ist die Kasse? Und dann gibt es keine Kasse. Das ist alles kostenlos.
Ja, dann haben wir bezahlt es.
Ja, durch das Eintrittsgeld.
Okay. Das
aber trotzdem irgendwie gut, weil so, dann hat man irgendwie alles mit dabei und das ist irgendwie cool.
Cool. Dass es sowas noch gibt. Ich glaube, das ist so eine andere Zeit.
Ja, ja, absolut. Sag mal, Heike, du hast gesagt, dass du an einem Buch arbeitest. Was ist denn das für ein Buch?
A Building for Architecture. Also wir hatten noch vor 2 Jahren das Symposium. Da ging es um in welchen Räumen Architektur unterrichtet werden soll oder unterrichtet werden kann. Da ging es sozusagen um das physische Gebäude einer Architekturschule.
Ja.
Das publizieren jetzt, also die Gespräche, das sind so, wir hatten Referenten, eben Anne Lacaton und Jean-Philippe, nur Anne Lacaton war da. Und dann Mike Guia, also ein paar Professoren waren da und die haben dann so Gebäude vorgestellt. Also eben Anne Lacaton hat ja auch die Schule in Nantes gebaut.
Ja.
Eben genau darum ging, wie man eigentlich wieder diese Freiräume bekommen kann, die irgendwie gerade auch in Schulbauten auch immer mehr verloren gehen, weil halt immer alles, oder auch in der Schweiz vor allem, alles ganz reglementiert wird und die Gesetze so ganz strikt geworden sind. Und teilweise jetzt auch an das Toni-Areal zum Beispiel, das ist ja die ZHDK, die Zürcher Kunsthochschule, die haben das Gebäude gepachtet. Also das ist eigentlich ein tolles Gebäude, aber man darf eigentlich gar nichts machen. Also weil halt alles verboten ist. So irgendwie darum, wie man sich wieder Schulen aneignen kann und und wieder mehr Freiräume bekommt und so. Und das sind wieder Gespräche, das ist so, es sind mal so Zweiergespräche, also von allen Teilnehmenden und dann Aufsätze von den Referenten. Und das wird jetzt mit Parks wieder passiert.
Oh, mein Parks, das ist mein Lieblingsverleger. Dein anderes Buch war auch Parks, ne? Warte
Ja,
mal.
ja, ja. Ja.
Ja, aha. Nee, das ist wirklich super schön. Ich gucke, I was just looking at the time. We actually have to start. So I'm wondering if oh yes, okay,
Hey,
everybody.
Katrin.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Jihei.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Andy. And I think we have Ilaria is, hi, Axel. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, hi, how are you?
And then is Ilaria still here also?
We didn't see her in the
Oh,
first
I see.
group.
Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe she was moved to another panel or something like this, and I don't have the updated information. So, and Jackie is here too. Okay, perfect. Great. So I think we, yeah, it's 2 o'clock now, so I guess we can get started. First of all, thank you to the jury. And you've already been introduced in the first part, probably by Michael Fox, but I'm going to introduce you again because the students really want to know who you are. I think once again, we're joined by juries located in many different places and many different backgrounds. First off, Jihei. Jihei is an architect based in Los Angeles. And are you in Los Angeles right now, actually?
Yes, I'm in Los Angeles right now.
So she has her own firm, and she's also faculty at Cal Poly. You're currently teaching in the grad program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And then we have Axel Kilian. And Axel, you're a professor at MIT. So maybe you're in Cambridge or Boston?
Yeah, visiting assistant professor, so just a visitor, but yes, MIT, Cambridge, Boston.
Oh, okay. Where are you visiting from? Where are you usually based?
Just MIT currently. So.
Just MIT. Okay, perfect. So MIT, and his research focuses on robotics and computation. And then we are joined by another European. We just had other Europeans on our other panels too. And Heike Wichteler is an architect originally from Berlin, now based in Switzerland and at the Hochschule Luzern. And she is not only an architect, but also publishes books, edits books, and organizes the public program at the school. Oh yeah, and we just talked about her newest book, and it's called A Building for Architecture. And we had this conversation in German, so I have to repeat this. So it's a book on basically the buildings, on architecture schools and what that building wants to be. And we just talked about sort of like the flexible spaces within that school. So that kind of really ties into our project. So yeah, to the jury, as you know, like each of our section has a different focus. And our particular section focuses on public buildings, in particular cultural buildings. We have many libraries and museums, and we thought a lot about this idea of the public space within a public building, the idea of the public living room. And our site is in the Toy District in Los Angeles, in downtown Los Angeles. Currently, of course, there's a lot of homelessness in this area. But we're hoping that that we can find solutions for homelessness in the future. So kind of like our optimistic outlook is that this building this city will will become kind of like a vibrant neighborhood. It is characterized by a very dense fabric of relatively small streets and a dense fabric of alleys that cut through all the blocks and that are occupied by markets at the moment. So it's really quite interesting and quite a jump in scale from the surrounding neighborhood. I just posted the concept board into the chat. So Jury, if you could please click on that link, just so you can see the concept board on the side, and you probably already know, you can go on the left-hand side, there's a panel, you can go to the section and click on the name of the student. So while the student is presenting on Zoom, you can, on your own, kind of look at the drawings. Yeah, we have an overall of 30 minutes, and our co-host is Sarah Edvaro. Thank you for being our co-host. And Sarah, you're gonna time the 8 minutes of presentation, and if we've reached 7 minutes, you can just kind of shout it out so that Andy and Jackie know how much time they've got left. And Andy and Jackie, if you could stay at 8 minutes, that would be great, so we can maximize the comments of the jurors. Yeah, without much further ado, so Andy, could you, we're gonna do it like this, you share your screen and then we'll look at your presentation that way.
I was muted. Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Let me set up a little bit. Here we go. You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending our senior project presentations. My name is Andy, and my senior project is called the Toy District Public Library. It is a public library with integrated with cultural spaces. Here in the vicinity map, the project is located in the Toy District of downtown Los Angeles, where it meets 4th Street and Wall Street. It is surrounded by a network of alleys called the Callejones Alley. And the alleys are occupied by hardworking vendors and businesses that sells toys and goods. Here in the images on the right are the images of the site of the Callejones Alleys, where you can see the character of the Callejones Alleys and the strolling pedestrians through the alleys. The demographics of this area are mostly low-income communities that are in need of resources and an open public space to gather. The massing diagram begins with a courtyard typology with subtracted voids that creates nodes to lead the Callejones Alley, the pedestrians from the Callejones Alleys, and that connect the alleys onto the plaza and connecting them to the main street. The program of this building houses 3 main programs, which are the community spaces, the resource center, and the public library. And it also has, it is also incorporated with open gardens and rooftop gardens. As you can see here in the on the program diagram, you can see the community spaces located on the plaza and ground floor, as well as the subterranean floor. Here on the site plan demonstrates the relationship of the building with the surrounding corridors of the alley, as well as the main street. The courtyard is raised 5 feet off the ground to enhance the interstitial connections and elevate the user experience through the architecture of the urban plaza. You can also see here the steps to the subterranean level. This is a street view of the public library on East 4th Street, where you see the heavy massing of the building and the introverted facade of the project. You can also see a carved out that acts like a window that views into the courtyard. Pedestrians from 4th Street would enter these steps, and that would lead them into the courtyard. Here in the first floor on the right, there's 3 points of entry onto the building or the public plaza. This connects the pedestrians from East 4th Street as well as these tunnels from the Callejones alleys. To enter the public library on the 2nd floor, you may use the vertical circulation here in the north side, as well as these stairs and located in the plaza. And the first floor consists of public programs, which are for an open plan for the food market and an auditorium for the community. And the users may also immerse themselves onto the subterranean level going down the stairs here, where you see on the right, the subterranean floor level. The subterranean level consists of public and community spaces where they can have book tours, paint nights, and then art gallery. It also houses the offices of the public library. Moving on to the 2nd floor. You may enter the public library here from the plaza through these steps, where you are greeted by an outdoor garden on the 2nd floor. You may enter these double doors, and the public library consists of collaborative spaces here in this floor and spaces for children. You may also use this corridor that would lead you into the resource center that provides technology resources such as computer labs for the community. And going up the staircase up to the 3rd floor are more private programs such as the library stacks here in the south side. And here in the east is also that connects the resource center and the library. These are reading spaces here. And here on the north side are semi-private programs for workshops and other services. Going up on the 4th floor, which is the last floor, are more of classrooms for workshops and a rooftop garden. This is a view from the 2nd floor at the resource center, where the community can come here for to use the computers and get resources. And as you can see here in this view, you can see the double height spaces and the relationship of the programs through the transparencies of the facade within the courtyard. And this space can also be used for lounge spaces and for the people to be able to have this relationship with the other programs of the building.
1 minute.
Okay. In this section outlines the double height spaces and the transparencies of the project. The elevation shows the heavy massing of the building, where it shows an introverted facade in comparison to the facades in the courtyard. And this is an elevation that meets the alley. The project uses a steel construction frame, and the materials used for the exterior are cement fiber panels. And moving on here in the renders. This is a view from the outdoor deck, where you are greeted by when you walk up the stairs from the urban plaza. And you can see here the transparentness of the transparentness of the programs within the building. This is a view of the library walk that connects the library and the resource center. And this shows the collaborative spaces and also spaces for children. This is a view of the resource center, and you can see the double height spaces and the relationships of the floor plates and its relationship to the courtyard. Lastly, this is the view of the library stacks, the reading areas as well. And you can also come here for work. And overall, this project is to provide important resources for the community and open spaces for culture. Through the connection with the alleys, the project seeks to engage the neighborhood by providing the right-of-way into an open courtyard. It also connects a community through visual connections and transparencies within the programs of the building. The project encourages the people to interact with the building with a sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Would I still be sharing my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a really beautiful project, Andy. I'm going to ask you a question, and it may be a tough question, but I'm hoping you have a really great answer for it. So when I took the time to read everyone's briefs prior to your reviews, and your proposal that you positioned was essentially a reimagined public library, new cultural spaces, and a new typology for public spaces. So I think, so the foundation though is, I think it's a really beautifully presented project, very cohesive. I'm curious where the new typologies are being generated and how you're reimagining libraries and cultural spaces.
So moving here in the floor plan, thank you for that question. Let me see here. So with my prompt that mentions reimagine a public library, while designing this public library, I question myself about what would public libraries be in the future. And the relevance of public libraries today, a lot of discussions mention that libraries nowadays are going into extinction due to the advancement of technology. And so also with the whole pandemic, a lot of people now are immersed in technology where we don't need paper books anymore. So my focus in here in this library was to really give an open floor plan for collaborative spaces. So that is showed here in the first floor plan, and throughout the second floor plan as well. I've given spaces for people to come to this library and just sit down with maybe their computers or their laptops, and iPads and stuff. And the resource center is also a way to provide these technology or tools for the communities that don't have those resources. And so when I say I reimagine public library spaces where we used to think or like we have an idea that traditional libraries are just full of bookshelves and very limited space of just for collaborative work. And so this is the way of my design process, approaching that idea.
And what about for the cultural spaces?
The cultural spaces are here in the first floor plan and the subterranean floor. I've given the cultural spaces the priority and the ground level because the urban plaza also serves as a circulation space that connects the street the main street and the Callejones alleys. And as users are using the plaza as a circulation space, they are also immersing with the activities that are happening in here, maybe in the food market, where you can have a food market or also a flea market, or open stores, or starting up businesses. And they can also go through the subterranean level, where it can also become an outdoor space for a stage, to host cultural activities, such as maybe the demographics in this area are surrounded by a lot of Asians due to the location of Little Tokyo in the northeast side. A lot of Asians celebrate Chinese New Year, and I would imagine like they can have a cultural celebration here, and this would become like an outdoor stage. That's just an example. And so here at the subterranean level, it also encourages the people of the community to come in for activities as such, like paint nights or art galleries or tax prep services. And so that's how I incorporate the cultural spaces in the plaza level and the subterranean level.
Yeah, I think it's very powerful, and I think very it's great to see the way you kind of continued the typology of the neighborhood with the alleys within the building. And so the building isn't very large, but it's certainly much larger than the alley dimensions, right? So it could, in a sense, dominate that sort of scale, right? The context. But I think you quite beautifully continued the theme of the alleyways inside your floor plan by, in a sense, nesting these circulations in and giving different scales of sort of winding through or connecting through without giving obvious connections, right? Like, so I think that's also very important, because otherwise the alleys look incredibly small if you have this grand kind of open floor, right? Plaza. And I think you do this with very subtle geometric moves and level changes, and so sort of smaller and wider openings throughout. And I'm wondering whether that is also maybe a way to think of your programmatic engagement that I sense, and I don't want to project it into your project, but you didn't mention it, but I'm asking half and wondering whether you think of the organization, which is relatively, let's say, linear or continuous, right? In the sense, with program, you walk through program, right? It's not so much that you end up in spaces also, but you have a bit of an alley structure inside the building also, right? Is that interpreting it maybe too much or wrongly, or is that the intention also?
Definitely, I would. Okay. Definitely, thank you for that question. Definitely in my design process, it was a challenge of how to really connect these pathways together, and the courtyard typology almost comes natural to this concept. And so that I in the design process, I really wanted the users to have a kind of like an experience of element of surprise. A lot of the examples I was given while designing the project were like the Barcelona architecture. And so where there are these alleys or narrow corridors that lead you into a very different program. And that was the element of magic I wanted to incorporate into the courtyard. And so the Callejones alley, as you can see from the images beforehand, have these like very condensed kind of characteristic to it. And so leading the pedestrians into the plaza has this this transition and elevating the the plaza also 5 feet up gives them this like elevated experience through the architecture, if that makes sense.
Also, yeah, I think it's great. I was just also wondering about how you expose knowledge, right, and culture inside the actual programmatic, in the programming of how you engage as you circulate through the building. Because also, I mean, there's something about how to engage the public in something they may not be initially interested in, right, or frequently exposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the challenge of libraries also maybe how to get the public to spend time or be exposed to knowledge or activities they may not necessarily have chosen to engage by themselves, right? But by being embedded and exposed, it becomes a second nature in a sense. So I see that in your perspectives also, which always have this cross connection. Right? You're never isolated. You're never in a room. You always kind of have the freedom to look across, right, and see maybe something else going on from a distance, maybe safe distance, but always having a way to get there. Right? So I think this is, I think that's very powerful. And even the subterranean level, which I'm a little bit less immediately convinced, right? I think the idea of sinking this stage sort of into it provides another such exposure point, right, where you may see something that goes on above or hear it, right? Although you are sort of withdrawn underneath, right? So it would be, I don't remember if you had perspectives, you need more perspectives. You had many, but I think you had one looking along the
I have a section here that gives a better idea of how the openings of in the alley and the street, the subterranean level becomes an outdoor stage for cultural activities.
Yeah, that's great. I think you really managed to materialize a lot of difference, right, from very minute portional changes in compositions, right, which is really powerful. And LA is not necessarily like a city of subtleties in that regard, right? Like, so there's very few areas that is as dense as this neighborhood in terms of the dimensions of the cross sections of the streets, and I think it's a very sensitive introduction here, right, to continue this and sort of use it for your program. So good.
Thank you very much.
I also still have a question about the plaza. Am I right that the typology of the plaza is quite common in LA, like to use it as a common typology to separate like the street from the building, or is it, I'm just asking because I was wondering that it's also something that separates the building from the street, and also like the public, like the public space of the street creates somehow another public, or maybe even gets private. And I'm wondering if you also thought of other solutions than using the plaza as a typology to maybe give like the building like a better, or like to stress the building, or to kind of mark it as architecture. Do you understand what I mean? Or why do you again use like this plaza to separate it from the street, the building?
Oh, okay. So thank you for that question. If I have understand your question clearly, my answer is that it was about the element of surprise that I really wanted to commit to when designing or using the courtyard typology. And so separating the public library from the street was because I wanted to create this urban oasis within the building. And by opening it up inside of the massing and instead of the outside, gives me an opportunity to use the facade of the building to be very more transparent, because I wanted to have the project to have a character to it where it doesn't show much in the outside, but it's very open and extroverted in the inside.
Okay, then I understand. That's also like kind of opposite from the street. Like it's much more protected and like a protected oasis.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was wondering, like you were very well presenting the different programs on the functions, but then I was wondering about the architecture, like how, like it's like you were saying, okay, there's like the reading room and there's the library, but I was wondering how you actually read, or what are you reading, and how is your library equipped? Like what kind of library is it?
Thank you for that.
And how do you get your books? Like how do you get access to your books?
For back of house kind of thing, or the public's access?
No, I'm already in the library, like the floor plan of the library.
Okay.
Sorry for my English. It's.
Let me turn on the cursor so I know where you're at. May I know what floor are you in?
The library floor. I think it's like. Can you zoom? Or maybe I have to zoom in.
I'm here. Zoomed in.
Oh, here, yeah. This the second floor plan and the third floor plan.
So the books are here in the third floor plan. Those are dedicated to the library stacks, and that's where you or the public may access the books, the collection of the library.
But it's a classical library, right? Like it's like as we know, like you have fiction, you have scientific books, and you have, or what kind of books can you borrow or read?
It may have a diverse collection. I was imagining it to be a little bit more in the creative artistic side, because the toy district is pretty close to the historical art district on the west side of the toy district. And so the culture around the site has a lot of artists in the community. And so definitely I committed the third floor here in the south side for a different variety of collections for the books. Yeah.
Okay, are there any final comments from the jury?
Yeah, sorry, if I can jump in, because I completely agree, Andy, with the line of questions, and that's partly where I'm challenging this project, because I love actually your responses to Axel's line of questioning in terms of the alleyway and this notion of surprise. So then the next level that I would challenge you on, when you are taking a position on, reimagining the library, reimagining these cultural spaces, and I think this is what Heike is referencing architecturally, then how can you use all of that so that the experience of space within a library and within a cultural center, that you are reimagining that. So this notion, and I understand the premise that, you've created this really quiet elevation, and then you walk in and you see this courtyard and it opens up. But once I go into the actual spaces, the quality of that library experiences, other than the fact that, you don't have stacks of books and it's more of a digital collection, I don't really see programmatically a change or reimagining of the use of space. And then to the point that Axel's making in terms of that you have submerged all the public spaces, which are your community epicenters essentially. And I totally got the section, but then these rooms are like, I don't know how we get sunlight in there other than the courtyard aspects of it. And those become like what you are taking the position of as these are my cultural reimaginations of space that I would love for you to then and it might help then to become more specific because you spend so much time discussing the project in terms of context with the toy district. And whenever you talk about the context, you really start to liven up. I would love for you to take more, I guess, risky positions on the qualities of spaces. Because it would be kind of crazy to actually walk into this courtyard and not even have to enter into another building, but to actually be in the library, that the library is a courtyard, is also this cultural center. That when I walk into the library stacks, that, you know, if it is about the history of toys or if it's about, you know, movie cinema, that suddenly how I'm engaging with the space is completely different than just sitting, you know, at a table with my iPad or with a computer. And so I would challenge you to take it to that next level because the project is very cohesive. You promised a reimagined space, I guess, and that's the challenge that I don't necessarily see a reimagined space.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to the jury and thank you, Andy. This is really nice, turned out really nice, this project. And I think as the jury said, you know, I think you've like very nicely woven the project into the neighborhood through your courtyard and subtle geometric moves and so forth. So there were a lot of comments, I think, in this respect. And then certainly also comments about the sort of like interiority that you've created within the courtyard, the cross views that you're like, right, sitting at that table, you look across back into your own building and that functions really, really well altogether. And yeah, and then kind of like some further comments from the jury were really about like, what is that courtyard and what are more of the spatial qualities within the library? And then also the idea of like, what is the reimagined space and the reimagined program? So I think things that you have also thought about and that you're kind of like beginning to address. But I think the strongest in your overall project, the strongest move is really sort of like your urban statement of like the overall massing and the subtleties and heights and the kind of relationships within the building and from within the building. So yeah, beautiful project and beautiful renderings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your comments.
So we will move on to this is actually the last project for this panel, for our first panel today, and it'll be Jackie presenting. So Jackie, just share your screen and then walk us through it.
You see my screen?
Thank you.
Okay. Can I start it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So hello everyone, my name is Jackie. And the project is a public building as a museum of toys. Based on the site research, Toy District is a low-rising and low-income community with minority groups. Even though it's located at the heart of downtown Los Angeles, so my main purpose is to create a transition with downtown LA area and the Toy District. To provide a public space, connect these two different type of areas. And so I chose the site is on the edge of Toy District area and which right next to the Los Angeles street. And there is a very busy alleyway behind my site with this contact constraint. So I created a very simple V-shaped volume. And as you can see, the massing diagram, the inner triangle courtyard will allow the visitors who from the alleyway can keep continue and then join the project. And another courtyard, whereas the main entrance for people who from the downtown Los Angeles area, and also the triangle courtyard, we are engaging them to attend to this museum. And also the sloped roof kind of hit the concept of transition. The higher side is along the Los Angeles Street and the downdrift to the lower side along the alleyway. And even though according to the zoning code, there's no limitation for the height, but I try to involve into the low rising area. So the height of the project will be the 55 feet high. And so moving to the programs, the most important program is the workshop, which is on the half underground. Why is half underground? Because it's lifted up 7 feet high on the ground level. The reason why I do that because it will allow the natural light by the lift up level to come in to join the large void basement. And on the other hand, the lift up created the window where it expels the people activity in the workshop, show that to the people who walking by the buildings. And the reason why for the workshops, because it will provide space for visitors to customize their own toys rather than just browsing and purchasing toys in these areas. They can experience the workshops. And on top of the workshop is a double high auditoriums and a large void lobby for visitors. The office areas is sit on the middle level. The 2 level galleries is on the top, and which also can shift to the event space or the community space. And jump to the detail floor plan Excel is show the level 2. As you can see, the auditorium and the office space, the 2 triangle courtyard, and here is a continued long staircase along the curtain wall. And here is a side plan axon where explain how people from the alleyway can keep join and to the project. And this main entrance, the triangle courtyard is engage people who from the downtown area to join the building. The first rendering is from the Los Angeles Street, and you can see the triangle courtyard and the lift up windows, and they will expose the activities in the workshops on the basement. This rendering is from the alleyway, so people will see the movement and the circulation along the curtain wall, and also can watch the performance in the auditorium. The side plan is show the entrance of the parking. It will be the automatic parking garage on the underground. And as you can see, here is the main entrance. The second entrance, we created a zigzag circulation, so people can use that to entrance, join the opposite way by walking through the project, and start from the main entrance and join the building. People will walk through the reception, the coffee bar, and then go down, join the workshops. So looking at the floor plan of the workshop, it's a very large void space like our architecture student, the studios. And so it's include different type of desks, and people can arrange themselves by themselves. The right-hand side will be the storage space for the museum and come with a freight elevator. And going up to the level 1, which is same as side plan, start from here is a long staircase, go to the upper level. And the upper level will be the auditorium and the office space. You can see the keep continuous staircase along the enclosed wall. And these top 2 floor plans show the galleries, because there's the 2 different heights of the wings. So only the left side comes with the 4th floor of the galleries. And looking at the sections, is facing to the same direction, but called different 2 wings. So it shows the different sloped roofs. And the left one, it shows the skylight in the galleries. And below that is a raised auditorium. And the way for people start from the level 1 going down to the workshops. And the right side is explain how the continuous staircase and to join the double high gallery.
1 minute.
Okay. The galleries explain the workshops. So when you sit on the workshop, you can see people walk by the buildings, and people can understand the activities from the high narrow windows. The elevations explain the materials. The plant on the bottom will composed by concrete, and the main materials will be the polycarbonate. The reason why I do that because the project is very solid and heavy volume, so the translucent materials will make it look lighter. And these wall section details shows how polycarbonate connect with the glass wall. And the 2 renderings compared to show the 2 different triangle courtyard. And moving down to this one, even though it's not eye level, but it show more clear for the circulation along the curtain wall and the auditoriums. This one is people sit in the auditorium watching the performance, and they also can see the activities in the alleyway. The last one is also people sit in the auditorium facing to the other side of the building. And so you can see the very long staircase continues going to the upper level. Yeah, that will be all.
Thank you, Jackie.
Jackie, it's great to see the project. I particularly enjoy the visualizations, the perspectives in the end, because it gets to something I was looking for earlier in the project and was grappling with how to kind of express that. And I was curious if you had thought of it in this sense, right? Because you're creating these extreme perspectival foreshortening cuts, right? Initially, so you explain it as a cut, as a solid that gets sliced out with these triangular moves. But then throughout the project presentation, those subtractive moves begin to morph into much more theatric moves, right? Like, I mean, theatric staging moments, actually, right? And I'm curious how you think of them at this point, because I was waiting when you said the zigzag circulation. Yeah. Things kind of fell apart momentarily for me, because I was hoping for a magic moment at the end of that infinitely sharp corner, right? And suddenly you're like, okay, I can solve that, make a door here, right? And don't have to ever go there, right? And come out the other way, and like it's all disappeared, right? So at that point, I was sort of deflated in my anxiety. But then when you went to the workshop perspective, the one you also have in your background, right? Suddenly that sort of expectation kind of was resurrected, right? Because then suddenly I understood the project much more as this sort of magical volume that gives you slices of impossibly large spaces from the adjacent kind of urban context, right? So you're looking into this workshop, which is like a city block, it feels like, right? Through the slender slip, right? And the other way around, you look from a very large space into the street scene, which is becoming a theater in its own right, right? And you do similar thing with the theater, playing to the outside, to the inside. And you also do that in your, yeah, this one was the sort of turning point for me, right? And then you do these pretty extreme perspectives with Magritte kind of, and other figures playing with the depth of this this artificial sort of staggered depth in your plan. Right? So I would, wanted to really point that out. These are powerful images, right? And I think really speak about the concept much more than the initial plans that you were explaining. And I was curious, how do you read the project? I mean, do you feel there's something of what I'm trying to project into or explain or trying to draw out from? I mean, those qualities, do you experience them, that the plan corresponds with your way of actually visualizing these almost fantastical ways of staging? Do you think they are working together, or do you see some discrepancy between?
Yes, I kind of agree with you. I think I kind of the floor plan kind of lacking the explain to the main concept of the project. But so that's why I try to do more renderings and how I play with the dips and the courtyard. And yeah, I think that's the floor plan and the drawings is so one I have to improve more.
I feel almost your plans should not draw the walls, right, and columns, but you should try to redraw them so they draw the volumes, right, and the adjacencies of depth, right, in a sense, right. So right now you draw what's there, right, but you're not really drawing what you see, right. And this, I'm not saying that it's easy or I would know how to do it, right, but it feels a bit like that, right. And I think you need to, I mean, it's important that, and I don't need to say that because you produce the images, right? But I want to point out that there's a certain quality, a volumetric play of depth and the adjacencies that really is powerful, and probably also a lot of tweaking of scales, right? I'm not sure if those spaces can possibly be as large as you make them, right? But this isn't really the point right now, right? Where it feels like it's sort of creating this, making the project come alive as a conceptual stage, interplay between the public and the interiors, right? And this sort of this strategy that you've developed that you can visualize, right? But I wouldn't use the sort of a bit big like initial cut and slice sort of explanations, because I think they're emphasizing not the wrong thing, right? But they're simplifying something that is, I think, you've developed a much more powerful grasp of, right? And it may lead to confusing initial readings of the project if you start like that. Right? Although they work, right? But I think you actually grasp the power of the project very well in your visualization. So I stopped there, but it's great, very fun to see.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestion.
I also like your overall narrative or also vision very much of the project, and also looking at the different plans and images and pictures, and somehow each could open like an own world. They weren't maybe so much connected, but I just liked or enjoyed looking at each picture. Like for instance, like the workshop rendering is very beautiful, but also the ground floors. And I had the feeling that your project gives a lot of space to breath. And the only moment where I was a little bit disappointed was like the public space, like the plazas, because I think I somehow felt quite claustrophobic. And then I was asking also, this visualization is like quite sculptural, or like, okay, I can see there is like kind of landscape architecture, but then I don't really know what to do there, or what is my job. is it just to wait for somebody, or maybe then I realize, oh, I'm on the wrong plaza. How can I come to the other one? And how would this be possible? I mean, why are you so much conceptual? Like, I think you're over conceptual, like with this idea, as Axel also mentioned before, with the sliding up the area. And I think then you, like, the next step would be to become practical. How can you make it more fine? I mean, your drawings are super fine, but I think the programming or the details now also need to get along with those drawings, or and also need to be more defined.
Mm-hmm.
And think about it. I mean, how do you move? Like, I mean, also why is like this this? I mean, it's not a space, this outside space. I mean, and why do they? I mean, how do you? What is their identification or their character of those spaces? And I think that would be my next step, or my advice for you. Yeah, that's it for the moment. But I like the idea, and I like the concept and the story.
I completely agree. Because Jackie had the same thing where the very first images and looking at the plans is like, oh no, I don't know what's going to happen. And then as you started continuing to scroll down, I started believing in your project more was actually your first rendering that happened, the second one, I think, the exterior. If you scroll back up, the exterior rendering.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, that one actually. So not the top one, but the one below. And then I started to understand what you were trying to do, and I started getting really excited. But then, so I don't want to repeat any of the points that have already been made, but I would challenge you then, because then the drawing I'm kind of begging for is a section, because it's interesting that, at least the way I'm understanding your project conceptually, it's almost is like this toy chest that you've created, and then you have pivoted it open and you've allowed us into it. So then it's interesting to me that in your two sections, you actually aren't grappling with the courtyard, or basically the conceptual hinge of your project, literal hinge as well. And instead, you're just giving us these two spaces where a lot of your project seems ultimately, and what you're setting up in your final renders of the experiences, which I love, is about the reflectivity and also this notion of voyeurism. But in the selection of your two sections, we are missing that. And so I think that there's a way, and so to the question that Axel had, I think it's a really interesting one, as you are continuing the project and it is a process. At what point did you start to really understand the project, and then going back and looking at the plans and sections again and deciding maybe these two sections aren't the best sections to really enhance the story, and it should be another section? So that's where I would want to push you, because I'm also curious in plan, and that's why what I was looking for in section of, you have created this really amazing story of when you open up and your renders show that we can always see through. But I'm curious if we can start to see down, and then the different notions of perspective that you're using and perspective play beyond just a elevational quality. And I don't see that in any of the interior renderings. And I think that the section could have been convincing to show us that, but in what you have right now, I don't see it.
Yeah, I considering about that one, but I just haven't found a better way to show looking down the perspective. But I know I'm still missing that one. I should add in that one.
It's a beautiful project, and I really love I know Katrin loves collaging, and Katrin, these are really beautiful collages, and just your use of character play in them is quite enjoyable.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the triangular spaces, whether there's something in the reversal of perspective, right? If you look into them, they look deep, but are actually quite shallow, right? If you walk into them, because they look deeper than they actually are, right? But if you turn around and look outside, they look shallow, right? But are actually deeper to walk out of than they perspectively appear, right? So whether there's, I mean, not to overload, or, I mean, it's not about the gimmick, right? Or about, but I think it's the dissolving of these sort of moments of expectations, right? You see something and you act upon it, right? But as you engage in the project spatially, you discover something else, right? And that's with the staging and the sort of the gaps, the reveals, right? That I think is a powerful aspect. And I'm wondering whether it's also linked to the sort of horizon and sideline, right? So in the workshop, you're doing that with revealing something that's underneath, right? And I think it was mentioned before. Also, maybe that's something you can do with the triangle courtyards, right? That initially they look like dead ends, right? But as you climb into them and sort of make that commit to them, right? Then the world opens within them, and they become something else, right? And again, the building isn't huge, right? It's not about making it complicated, right? But I think to revisit all those moments, right, and find a consistent, now that you've, I think, discovered the quality of what you want the building to feel like, right, in your visualizations, it's really crucial to revisit all the detailing, right? In a sense, the doors, right? How do you enter? Do you see the door, right? Or do you basically go all the way to the end of that triangle, right? And then turn around and then you see the entrances, right? Like, as opposed, so you have to make the voyage, so to say, right? However short it is, right? To really to discover the next transition, right? So maybe working with simple stage-like, and I say tricks now, right? But I don't mean tricks as in cheapening it, right? But basically use the complications that you've created, right? As to reward the visitor, right? In engaging with the building, right? In this spatial manner, right? So I think there's a lot to play with, and probably at the moment almost too much, right, for the size of the building, right? But I think that's a good starting point, right? To now, I think you would have to massage it a lot and basically fine-tune it a lot, right? To maintain and protect those qualities, right? But also not drown them in lots of distractions in a sense, right? So yeah, and programmatically also, I think you have a lot of things happening in them, right? But it reminds me a bit of the Kunsthal in Rotterdam by OMA, right? An early project that has a bit of a similar problem, right? It has very ingenious, similar perspectival foreshortening and ramps and reveals and discoveries, right? But then also has lots of ideas that are great and amazing, but are somewhat distracting, right, from the actual main moves, right? But it's an early project, right? So it's a laboratory of sorts, right? Like, it feels almost, that project, similar to your project, feels it's almost like it's a gold mine, right? Of many ideas you try to place and bring them together, and you're not quite sure yet, right? Do I have another chance to have them all happen at the same time? Right? So in that sense, it's great to see you play and discover them through design and through spatial design, which is very, very charming.
Thank you. We have time for a final comment.
Vicky, do you want to take the final comment? Or I'm happy to, but I don't want to take your comments.
Yeah, I think everything was said already. I think that it's a huge project, and there are so many different approaches in it, and I think you just, maybe it's a good position you're in right now, because now you have like the bird's view again, and maybe you can sort out where you would like to start again, and what would you like to readjust, redefine, and maybe even reconsider. I think yeah, and I think that's it. But I think maybe also the materialization, I think that's when I look at this image now, yeah, I think maybe also to bring a consistent aesthetic or language in the images could also be a practical advice.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Jackie. I think you got some really great comments from the jury. The last one was about tying it all together aesthetically. I think that's so true because your images are all very beautiful, but obviously the one with the moon is very different to the one with René Magritte in it, right? It's like you have like similar to what Axel said about there's so many ideas in there and maybe too many ideas, and how do you kind of tie it together? And it's interesting, Axel also brought up the Kunsthal by OMA in Rotterdam. And I think there's really this analogy in your project and just in terms of like this public pathway that goes through the building and connects the building. And you're using this building in many different ways as a public plaza. And it's exactly that courtyard that's like really, I think, Jiha, you said sort of like it's the conceptual, but also the literal hinge of the project where everything evolves around, and it becomes this kind of device of viewing spaces. Slices of spaces. I think that was mentioned many times, that you are in a space and you see slices of the outdoor space from here and there, and you have this multiplicity of views. And Axel mentioned kind of like this foreshortening of the views through kind of like that weird triangular shape that is both a challenge as well as an opportunity to, I think that was said earlier, that you could celebrate the corner in a way. That could be a magical thing that you really engage that corner in a way. But I think your project is really about these views and borrowing views and engaging this public space and sort of like halfway stealing views, halfway levels and everything. And it's about adjacencies and depth. And so I think there are many, many different things. And I think like there was one comment about, Heike said that she felt the plazas feel a little bit a bit claustrophobic. And I think that is because you are showing them as closed off, right? But there's a different reading in your project where, you know, rather than distinguishing between exterior and interior, you know, you could open it all up. And so there's on one hand the volumetric reading, but then the reading and plan where kind of things could kind of merge together again. So thank you very much, Jackie. Great project.
Thank you.
Good job. And also thank you to the jury. Thank you so much for spending your time with us today. Thank you, Heike. And Heike, it's midnight now, probably in Switzerland. Thank you, Jihae, and thank you, Axel. Jihae, it's 3 p.m. 3:06 where you are, and Axel, it's 6:06 p.m. where you are, so it's not too late. But thank you, everybody. It was really great seeing you, and hope to see you all in person sometime soon.
Thank you. It was really beautiful. These are beautiful projects. Thank you.
Likewise, yeah. Great, very engaging and fun to go on a travel through your thoughts and ideas. So keep that going. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me and being part of the discussions. It was great.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And to my students, we are moving on. We have a bit of a break until 3:30, but you got to be on time, 3:30 in the next panel. And what's our next panel? It is room, let me look this up. Our next panel is panel 10 in room 4. So see you all there at 3:30. Thank you, everybody. And Sarah, are you staying here?
No, I'm handing it over to Lexi, who just got in. So I will make Lexi host, and then
Okay.
I need to leave for a meeting.
Yeah, yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, just want to make sure the transition works. Okay, so Lexi is taking over. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
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 Okay, Lexi, I just made you host, so I will be leaving now.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Have fun.
Hey, Sasha.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
I'm excited to see your students.
Eh.
Yeah.
Who's our, okay, Lexi, you're the host. Hang on a second. I turn into a silhouette when I face this way. Devin, how you doing?
Very elegant.
Hello. Hello.
I'll mute.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
You good? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Sasha.
Wow, how did you see him before all of us? That was weird.
Whom?
Magic.
Magic. Hey, everybody else.
Hi, everybody else. Wow, we're supposed to have 15 minutes for intro. I don't know what I'm going to do for that.
It's going to take 15 minutes just to talk about Sasha.
Oh, please don't make fun of me.
How's your horse, Sasha?
My horse? She's actually doing fine.
Maybe first I'll begin by just talking a little bit about the project, and then that'll give a little buffer. If more students join, then I'll introduce you guys. Okay. So anyway, actually, Devin, I think you were in one of these sessions last year. Not a lot of change, a little more gray hair. Basically, so you guys are fresh. We're gonna do 3 projects here. Looks like with this very complicated schedule, we're gonna do 3 projects here of my students. And then we're going to do 3 projects of, it looks like, Emma Price's students. And so you get to see a few different approaches. But so all the projects across the board are kind of downtown, they're urban projects. In this studio, they were kind of asked to, well, before I get to that, in this studio, they are Park District, which is, if you don't know, it's an exploding area. There's almost 30 new buildings coming up in that area. There's an estimated population of 70,000 new residents in that neighborhood, like really exploding. It's very, it kind of borders up against the Staples Center, LA Live, Convention Center, all that kind of, civic entertainment stuff. A lot of the new buildings are housing, but, they were also asked to kind of look at current technological trends and or how kind of current technology is affecting our daily lives and our living trends. And that goes everything from issues of culture to kind of how we shop, how we eat out, how we, and that was kind of the premise before, and kind of coupled on top of that is the fact that we have this massive pandemic that we're almost out of. CDC lifted guidelines for masks just today within indoors. So we're almost out of that, but it's still like, in a lot of cases, you know, it's going to have lingering effects on a lot of these kind of projects that the students are proposing for forever, honestly, you know, and it's changed our ways of life. So it's not just, you know, it's not just the technological kind of trends, how they're influencing change in contemporary society, but also I think that we can't ignore the kind of effects of the pandemic for the long term. So in this studio, unlike some other ones, they have absolute freedom as to what they propose as a narrative, meaning they're not all focused on housing or something like that. They're extremely diverse, and they have to do all their own kind of, you know, architectural research in terms of FAR and height and lot coverage and all of that stuff. So that they take all that into account. And then, so, you know, they come up with a building that kind of marries their architectural narrative to an architectural strategy. Anyway, see, I'm doing pretty good at filling up this time. I'll begin with the Sasha Ortenberg. It's like I haven't seen it. We teach at the same place, but I never see you in person in a couple of years. So, Sasha,
Well, not in a couple of years, Michael.
It seems like 4 years ago. When was it? Anyway, Sasha, who teaches at Cal Poly, and all the students definitely know him. And we have Doug Jackson from SLO, who do you want to say anything about yourself?
Well, I teach at Cal Poly and SLO, and I coordinate the 5th year there, which is the thesis year. Right. So you're a 4-year program, right?
No, 5-year.
5-year, yeah. So comparable situation.
Yeah, it's the same. And Kevin O'Brien, who nice to see you.
You too.
Used to always see him at personal reviews. You want to say anything about yourself, Kevin?
Well, I used to teach at Cal Poly for many years, so that's why I see a lot of familiar faces here. It's good to see everybody again. Yeah, I've just been riding out the pandemic in my own office here at LCDG Architects in Pasadena, and we're surviving. We're starting to thrive. Things are starting to come back.
Yeah. Do you have people in person there?
Yeah. For about 3 months, I was here alone, and I was kind of banished from my house because we had too many people sucking up the bandwidth with my kids home. But
oh, you can't see. I'm blurred. I was just showing you like the long row of empty desks here.
Yeah.
But you don't want to give it up. But everybody's, I mean, we just had a project in the last session on an office building, and it's all this discussion about this because some people are starting to want to come back to work, but a lot of people are like, works just fine. Works just fine working from home, and so there's a lot of like office buildings that are like looking at alternative ways of how they're going to operate in the future. And Devin, who teaches at SciArc and has her own office. Why is there Testa? You want to say anything else about yourself?
Sure. Hi. Thanks for the invite, Michael, and good to see everyone. I'm Devin Weiser, and I teach at SciArc. I'm design faculty there, and I'm also the visual studies coordinator. And as Michael mentioned, I have a practice in Venice with Peter Testa, who you know well, Michael, from MIT days, and just really looking forward to seeing the projects today. It was awesome last year, so I'm excited to see with all the kind of new terms and conditions what the students have in store for us. It should be really awesome.
Well, let's commence. Marley, you guys, can somebody paste the concept board into here? Mark, who's our person? There you go. The concept board is in the chat, but that's if you have a big monitor. I'm stuck on this laptop because I'm running these stupid live YouTubes on real computers. So since I am on a laptop, I think probably it's best, Marlene, if you just share your screen, okay, and walk us through it. You can also, if you have a big monitor, go ahead and go in concept board and you can kind of be a little more free from her control of your environment. And make sure and zoom in, Marlene. And now I'll shut up.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marlene Gutierrez. My project is based on the lack of green and outdoor space in downtown Los Angeles, specifically for residential high-rise apartments. As represented in my conceptual diagram, the suburban neighborhood have housing units that have a comfortable distance from each other, and they are surrounded by their own outdoor space, with a connecting road running along the homes. I'm not making the argument that suburban living is better than downtown living. Downtown living allows people access to views, different food, people, and culture with close proximity. My idea is taking the pros of suburban living and adding it to the pros of downtown living. So my site is located in South Park, Los Angeles. On the large map, you can see the sea green outdoor spaces are few and far from my site. The closest is Grand Park, but due to time of day, that park can't be safely accessed at all times. It's on the corner of Flower Street and 12th Street. It's next to the metro that runs along Flower Street and is a street away from the Staples Center, which means the area around the site is very active with interesting places and people. The way I created my project is by elevating the tower to create views for the residents. The north side of us is tapered back in order for sunlight to reach all three of the sides. I want the options to be removed to taper this variety in the units and spaces within the tower. With all the subtractions on the sides, there's also one atrium coming through the top to connect the residential units to the large outdoor open space. I organized the tower as market and restaurants at the bottom. And there's a museum. This area is the open park, and the rest are the residential units, which are all 1 to 2 bedrooms, 2 stories, and with their own outdoor space. Lastly, I added a curtain wall for the sides in order to give a view to the cityscape, along with living walls in the inside of the tower as a way to surround the interior of the tower with greenery. And this is the finished tower. So I'll show you the inside of it. And this is the main opening, which is on Flower Street. It can also be accessed from the alley street and 12th Street. The first 2 floors are the market and restaurants. It was inspired by the Grand Central Market in downtown Los Angeles. Features tables, benches, and market stalls throughout the 2 stories. The lobby for the residential units is also on the 1st floor, along with manual parking that leads to the below ground. The 2nd floor is another level of market stalls, more seating. In case anyone gets confused throughout the floor plans, I do have a mini axon with the current floor highlighting right at the bottom corner.
So I'll be skipping towards the park floor. I'm aware I'm cutting through a lot in this floor plan, but I wanted to show what was happening on this floor. It has public bathrooms, a mini bowling alley, and community kitchen. This kitchen acts as a place to put or prepare food because this park is supposed to be used as a residential block party area, the same way regular suburban neighborhoods use their dividing road as their block party space. And this perspective features the park on the north side. The egress stairs become an observation tower when it's on the park floor and stays open throughout the residential portion as well. So floor plan B, you can see that the park has a pool on the top with a series of steps that lead up to that level. So the second park perspective shows the park's different elevations plus the pool. This 6-inch pool with water jets is meant for small children and their guardian to enjoy during sunny weather instead of the pool. And as for the residential levels, throughout the tower, these units can be accessed through the elevators and stairs, which are highlighted in a pink hatch. The middle egress has a sky bridge that the residents can step onto so that the vertical connection be seen all the way through to the park. These units are all 2-story in order for their space to be more open. They are 1 to 2 bedroom units, which all have a view to the outdoor spaces. For the outdoor spaces, I was adamant about making sure that they were at least the same size or larger than the units because that same ratio applies towards suburban neighborhoods. And this perspective was taken on the west side. So it shows how the backyards are separated by a wooden separator, and they have a view to the 12th Street. So as more units are stacked on top of each other, the view to the neighbor not only can be seen horizontally, but also vertically, specifically on the north side where the tapering is happening. On the north side is also where this perspective is taken. It's floor 7 looking down at floor 6. So floor plan 8 has an interesting unit which happens on a different floor as well. The bottom left unit that started in level 7 is 4 stories. So the perspective shows a mini residential tower and a larger residential tower. So it starts from living space, bedroom, and on the plans I drew it as an open office space, but it really can be from like a kid's playroom or an art studio. So all these floor plans and images come back to how the subtractions were able to create those different units and spaces. So the full elevation shows the balance between the curtain wall and the openings of the tower. The full section allows you to see the connecting vertical opening and how it leads down to the park. It also shows the tower actions. The elevation and section is the zoom the first 4 levels of the residential units and how their interior and exterior spaces are used and laid out. This 2D zoom in is on the 5th level, and it takes a better look at the unit's layout along with the structural drawing. And my final image is a 3D perspective of that same unit that is located in the corner of 12th and Flower Street. The interior has a view to Flower Street and here in the front. And the bedroom has a view to the balcony view to their outdoor space. You could also see like the living wall and also on the side where the 12th Street is at. So overall, it's a very open unit along with all the other units, which allows views to the surrounding city. And that was my project. Thank you.
Okay, I guess no comments. We'll move on to the next student. Joking.
Well, thank you, Marlene. I thought it was a very clear presentation, and it's a really interesting project. I might have missed it, but I think it would have been helpful maybe to be more explicit, about the sort of pros of suburbia that you're trying to translate, into the urban context, because I think there are certain ideas of suburban living that might be being posited here, which might not actually, happen in reality. For example, like a sense of community. You referenced the block parties and so on. But there are qualities to suburbia that really have much more to do with people's sense of individuation and also privacy and control over their space, that I think would have been interesting to articulate or deny, so that we could evaluate those qualities in your project or their absence. I think the lack of, the sort of lower density approach to the tower is interesting as a kind of hypothetical exercise, and I think it would be an interesting situation to live in. But it sort of implies that you're saying there's a kind of appreciable value to those outdoor green spaces beyond just their sort of greenness, that they afford the possibilities of activities that themselves are valuable or contribute to a domestic experience. And I think that at the moment, they feel a little bit too generic to kind of bear out that argument. So I think if you're thinking about how you would develop this for your portfolio, it might be helpful to be much more specific with the kinds of activities that you're depicting, and maybe also with the way that you're representing the sort of entourage or the occupants that are there, and possibly think about representing those spaces over different periods of time during the course of the day. So it really feels like they afford or augment the domestic experience of the people who are living there. In terms of their nature as a kind of public space, I think it's not a foregone conclusion that they would be appropriated in the way that you're imagining without some variation in the amount of privacy that they afford. At the moment, they're very public spaces. The units front onto those public spaces, so it's like they're fronting onto the front yard. And I think if you think about the way that people live in suburbia, the most interesting or personal activities occur in the backyard, where there's a higher degree of privacy, and very little actually occurs on the front yard because of its publicity. So I think the way you think about the planters, or the possibility of like movable planters that people could move in order to give themselves more privacy when they wanted to use the space as an extension of their living area, might be a helpful way to think about refining the open spaces that you currently have.
Hello, Marlene. I think it's a very beautiful object, and it's a very competent presentation. So congratulations on having done all that. I have a question that may be a follow-up question to what Doug was talking about. By looking at this tower and by hearing what you're saying, I'm expecting, and forgive me if I missed something in your narrative, but I'm expecting to hear and see some differentiation of housing typology, considering going up, turning to the west, turning to the south, turning to the east. So I'm expecting to see different type of units, large family, smaller family, young couples, singles, studios. I'm expecting to have some differentiation in typology according to how much shadow is from neighboring buildings, what quality of views you are allowing to the residents. And it's not obvious to me that these opportunities are pursued to its fullest. Again, if I missed it, I would appreciate if you can clarify it for me.
You're asking about the typologies of the units?
Yeah, in correlation with the height where they're located, orientation, relationship to the ground, and so on.
Yeah, so the overall, throughout the tower, the typology is pretty much the same. They're all 2 stories. And I did that because, I mean, I didn't want an outdoor space that was 10 feet tall. So there are 2 stories. And based on where they're located, based on like the subtractions, and while I was working through it, I'm like, okay, this unit only has space for 1 bedroom. This one has space for 2 bedrooms. And that's kind of the way I worked out as I was furthering up, designing each floor.
Hi, Marlene. Thanks for sharing. Really, I think a really fascinating thesis proposal that you have, and this is just following up on some of the great comments from Doug and Alexander. And so I'll maybe just phrase it a little bit differently. So if your thesis, which I would love to hear more about, perhaps up front, if your thesis is positing that specific qualities of suburbia can be transplanted, quite literally even, transplanted into the urban environment, I think it would be super helpful to maybe have some diagrams up front about what those formal relationships are or qualities that you're looking for. So if you, for example, are identifying the front yard versus the backyard, as Doug was mentioning, or if there's a kind of idea about the garage, which we all know in LA suburbia terms plays a really vital role in all kinds of social spaces, as well as dealing with the car, which is changing technologically. I'll get a pitch in from Michael, how you could like also say, well, if the car is gone because out of the garage, because it's no longer gas filled and so forth. I think it would be super exciting to kind of like upfront frame your thesis with what is changed in suburbia, what it is that you're taking from that, and then what it is you're kind of using as, let's say, the new constraints, formal, social, political, and so forth within the tower. And once you do that, I think we would be able to have a more clear, and you would be able to have more clear ways of discussing and evaluating what you've done relative to the thesis, but also where we could say maybe some of the innovations are on the typology of the tower. So I had similar questions about the organization, for example, of some of the floor plans, which seem pretty conventional relative to the type of open loft space that we've seen developing in Los Angeles. And then when you said it's 2 stories, I was like, oh no, that's not suburbia in the way that I would think of it. So I would really start to kind of, let's say, clarify and create the constraints for your thesis, and then take it to the, like, go all the way and like see where the typology breaks. Like, where does the tower typology have to insert itself because of the frame and height and so forth? And then where can you bring in some of these, let's say, concepts from your kind of suburban analysis. And then at the convergence of that, I think you would have like a really incredible and provocative way of arguing for a new, or at least let's say a kind of refreshed or updated downtown housing typology. But I think you're on your way to like, I think it's a fascinating kind of take on a tower. And I really encourage you to kind of just pursue this approach, but present it in a way that would give us the kind of framework to get into what I'm sure you spent hours thinking about, but just like make it more tangible through some diagrams and through a kind of really strong, as Alexander was saying, a kind of strong story or narrative about how you present.
Yeah, Marlene, I'm going to follow up on that. I have a question. If you can scroll back to your process diagrams, which are, I think, the 5th board maybe that you got there. It's I'm on the board right now, and I'm looking at the 6 diagrams that are kind of stacked, and it's kind of a chicken and an egg question. And I'm wondering, based on the discussion of suburbia and based on the process of form making, which came first? Because there's the planning exercise, and then there's this exercise which you're depicting here, which seems to be sort of a process, a step-by-step process diagram. Do you know, did you get into the planning first, or did you actually do what you're describing here?
I did it more as kind of like the 3rd one, or I mean like the first 3 of what the diagram is showing.
Right.
And I just started doing just more experimentations on like the subtractions, and then cutting through it and seeing how the floor plan is laid out. And after about, I don't even know how many, I was like, okay, these subtractions lead to this kind of floor plans, which will give me like these interesting spaces, but not really create problems for me, if that makes sense. Like, make floor plans that just don't make sense. So this was, after doing like this balancing act, I just kind of continued onwards from 4 to 6.
That actually helps. I mean, and there's no reason why you couldn't have bounced back and forth from plan to this kind of carving exercise and so on. It's just as much curiosity on my part as anything. But I think it could be that the suburban discussion is a bit of a red herring, because I think that, like some of the comments you've heard, it sort of led me off into looking at your project in a very different way. And I'm not sure that it's helping you to critique your project in that way. Because from a standpoint of just how to create an interesting series of spaces, solids and voids for living, I think it's a pretty interesting exercise, and you wind up with some really fascinating spaces. It's a Tetris-like kind of concept you've got going on here. And my one question is, I think it's most successful when there's an ambiguity between the layers of the spaces as they stack up, so that I'm not able to see the whole at all when I'm within the units, because that, to me, that's a kind of an interesting living environment. And if I look at one of the sections, I don't know if it's a deceiving section or what, but it's way down at the bottom, and it shows this green shaft that goes up through the entire project, almost as like an air shaft or a light shaft or something like that. And is that really there as this kind of green wall light shaft? Because I couldn't find it in your plans.
Well, it's more like a living wall, so it's not that thick, so it won't really appear like in the floor plans.
Okay, that to me at least, it may not be your most successful section because I think that that's a pretty terrifying space in a lot of ways, especially in such a relatively small tower footprint. And I think the vignettes that you have that depict the experience of being in the space, and even some of the partial sections, are much more interesting, where I'm never able to see the whole. I'm only able to see the parts, and it allows me to sort of use my imagination to put it all together. But it also allows for a much more intimate living environment, I guess, in my view. So I don't know. I guess the whole point is I think you've got something going here, and you may have arrived at it in a rather experimental way, but I think there's a lot to really like about what you've done. And maybe for me, the least successful thing is that shaft that goes through the middle of it, but the variety, the sheer variety of spaces that you have for the living units, both inside and outside, I think is really interesting.
Sorry, can I interrupt for a second? Because you took her on another track, but I think she got off a little too easy there. and even in lack of diagramming evidence, maybe I think because, you know, both Devin and Doug brought it up, that you can elaborate a bit more on these, you know, what is it of the burbs that you want to bring to the urban tower? Maybe just with words, you can elaborate a bit more, because, and sorry, Kevin, but if that's the way she's presenting this, yeah, I agree. She made nice spaces in the end, but if you're presenting it that way, Marlene, I think the jury wants to know what it is, that, like, what are those attributes you're striving for? And then I think people can see if you're successful or not. Now you speak.
That's missing out in like these really dense urban areas. And as someone who's kind of experienced that, it would be nice if that would be brought onto this, because if someone's living here and growing up here, they're kind of missing out on something that's like could be a really great part of kind of growing up and living amongst. And it's going to be the same thing I wanted to bring out from this. It's really simplistic, but that was my main idea.
Well, I guess that's my confusion, is whether that it's intended to be a critique of suburbia or a tribute to suburbia.
A tribute to it. Obviously, I want to take what's good about suburbia and adding it to a really interesting place like this downtown area, and having just the best of both worlds.
Okay.
It's a critique of urbanism, is what it sounds like, a critique of. Would that be fair?
In some ways.
Mm-hmm. Because I think that, you know, one of the things that we can say the differences are, there are many, and especially in light of our kind of pandemic and social justice from the past year and a half, that have become, let's say, quite highlighted. But some of the differences have to do with the inequities and limits to certain types of access. So we could say in an urban setting that more access is collective in the street, on the street, in the nature of public space and parks and things like that. Whereas in suburbia, it's more individual, or, around the home, around kind of questions of domesticity. And those two different settings offer, as you're describing, different qualities. And that's why I think it would be really, really helpful to maybe, again, just to situate your thesis less in a kind of a personal or anecdotal way, but to really give us some of the legacy and history and kind of theoretical positions around urbanism and suburbanism. I mean, this is, there's no shortage of writings on this topic, and obviously you could go on and do a PhD, but just for purposes of your thesis presentation, I'd find it really compelling to kind of explicate those two, or highlight those two differences, so that you could say, what you're going to transplant, what you're going to accept, reject, how you're going to sort of make the remix. These would really just be, regardless of how the project resolves itself, these would be, for me anyway, part of a thesis research, that you have that prompt, that you kind of set yourself up within a framework. Whatever the framework is, it would be for you to define. And then also, just to, I guess I'm a little bit caught up on Michael's specific prompt, which has to do with how the role of technology has affected both urban and suburban space, and what kind of spin, and you could take any number of responses to that. You could say, well, we're going to, build a building differently that deals with climate change and a different approach to materials. Or you could say, no, technology in this case has to do with a different idea about how we're connected. So we're going to change the social or spatial model. I mean, it's kind of up to you to, set the terms, but I'm still just maybe caught up on the thesis part. My invite said thesis, so I'm kind of on that. I'm kind of looking for that that prompt, or like how you as a student are going to frame that problem. And I was super excited the way that you started to do that. So my comments are really just more like, go for it further, like be more precise, be more explicit about the terms of your project.
Hey, Michael, I was a bit confused about it as well. And so I was holding back a little bit on the kind of thesis comments that Devin is bringing up. But is this senior project actually framed as a thesis, or students supposed to have like an argument that they defend, with research and so on? Or is it framed differently, more like a kind of capstone project without a thesis argument?
First off, Marlene, can you scroll away from the image that a juror said is your worst representation of the project? It's actually, I'm really glad you asked it, because it's actually more of a senior project. It is supposed to be much more of a demonstration of a comprehensive project, right? And there's structural integration, there's systems, there's egress, there's FAR research, et cetera. It's a project, it's a building, and they can perfectly well graduate and have a project with absolutely no thesis. On the other hand, they cannot do the other route. They cannot have a thesis without having a building that is a comprehensive piece of architecture. And so what they're encouraged to do is both. And typically, we've had midterm review. We had a post midterm review where all the discussion is about, your doors swinging the right way, and do you have 50-foot dead end corridors? Are your egress stairs in the right places? All of that, right? And that's the senior project. And it's kind of nice that in the review that we're in right now, that we can kind of reflect on the thesis of the senior project, which is, I kind of call it a narrative that they come up with, but it is a position, and they are expected to have a position. So yes, it's absolutely fair to not hold back on that, because it's with what we're judging. We're not just judging if there's nice and interesting spaces here. I think you guys are judging whether or not, she is, bringing the good of the burbs and combining it with the good of the urban life. I think if that's her position that she stated at the beginning, then she can be held against it. Sorry, long-winded.
Well, I have another question, just to take the conversation away. I mean, I agree with everything that Devin said, and Kevin and Doug, and I'm also seeing a lot of opportunities so far on not developed far enough in terms of creating more of a critical piece, rather than according to your statement. Well, I'd like to ask you, I'm not sure, can you repeat very quickly what kind of structural system it is? Because building with so much carving, a lot may depend on what you end up with in terms of structure. Is it going to be structural skin, the skin as a main bearing elements? Is it going to be 4 towers with core, elevator, restroom cores as your main structural system? I'm not sure. Maybe I just missed something, but I think if I'm not wrong, I'm not seeing enough placed in this. And it's unfair criticism to you. It's more like, don't take it as criticism. I've taught senior project for long enough. I know how difficult it is to develop very advanced presentation in terms of structures. But again, as a opportunity to push it further, and I'm wondering if you have at least some idea of where it's going in terms of structure.
The way it is currently is there's I believe like 12 steel structure. There's about 12 columns coming through, and you can almost see it coming through to the side here. So that was the structure of it, just basic steel beams coming through.
You guys, are there any last comments? I'm afraid we're out of time.
Okay.
Okay, Marlene, congratulations, and thank you for a nice presentation. I think it's an interesting discussion. I just, I agree that precision is something that there's no wealth of literature to document, and like, I think what you don't want to do is have your own kind of opinion about it. Right, yeah, opinions are good, but there's I don't know, I think of my own personal experience, and I've lived in the burbs and I've lived in urban situations, and there's like, I've lived in neighborhoods where there's garages in the back and the front yards are all about, where everybody meets everybody and everything else. I've lived in other places, where, the garage has become obsolete, and it's the place where every neighbor is working on projects, and no cars are in garages, and it becomes the front living room like you're talking about. But I think that precision would just make your project so much more rich, as a way of kind of assessing whether or not you know, it would potentially be successful. The last thing you'd want is to have 50% of this building as these yards, which are just not used, you know, and they're just like something to look at. So anyway, it made a provocative discussion. And so I'm very glad for that. Let's move on. Who is it? Let me see here. Angie, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Angelica. Thank you for coming to our presentation. So as we are all aware, COVID-19 has changed the way we live. It has impacted the way we interact with each other and our built environment. For over a year of our lives, we kept the distance from others for our health and safety. So my project is actually a direct response to COVID. Proposed project is located in South Park District in downtown LA. It is a corner lot between Olympic Boulevard and Broadway Street. The zoning area around it is all commercial. Along with that, it is a FAR of 6:1, and I've happened to utilize that by making a 7-story building with lots of atrium space inside. So as you can see here, the envelope around it is definitely more than enough for the building I created. The proposed project is a distribution center with a drive-through road. The drive-through road is surrounded by medical services and display windows. Some of the medical services that are intended to be for this building include blood work such as lab tests, shots and vaccines, testing for COVID, and specifically having a nurse direct you if you want to see a specific symptom. The building is intended to have medical, retail, and dining for the program. The main reason for that is to really show the versatility of what these spaces can be. The drive-through can become anything that the community really needs. So the way that I've accommodated the spaces is the top I've allowed for rooftop dining since it has a lot of area for that. The 5th and 4th, 6th floor are retail, medical, and dining. The 4th floor retail, the 3rd floor retail and dining, warehouse, as in for the distribution of the main components being the 1st and the 2nd floor, and medical surrounding the drive-through. So in Los Angeles, there was a drive-through culture that began with fast food picking up on it. In the 1950s, it was specifically for dining in California. When vehicles became more commonplace, drive-thrus expanded to other experiences, such as drive-in groceries, drive-in theaters, and fast food. Today, we have probably experienced some of these drive-thrus in the form of a show or a concert that was in place to sort of circumvent COVID. So as spoken, the main component of this building really is the drive-through portion. It is intended to be surrounded by medical services, which can change to become anything that the community may need. Currently, because of the pandemic, I feel that it is necessary to point out that this could provide the community with COVID shots, COVID vaccines, with COVID testing, and anything else that community needs, especially such a dense community like Los Angeles, where anywhere that you may go, you risk possible exposure. The ramp is accessible through Olympic Boulevard. It is very interesting because the ground floor also allows access for a pickup area where if any items that you see on the display you wish to have, you can pick up. It also has a pharmacy that is attached to the drive-through area.
I'm sorry, can you zoom in a bit? It's kind of small. Okay.
So the main ground floor consists of a warehouse space that is attached to a pharmacy area. It can be entered through either Broadway Street or through Olympic Boulevard. There is a cafe on Olympic, and there is also a cafe of sorts on Boulevard. It is intended to grab the walker by his attention to get them to come in to see what the retail center has. The main component for driving in, there is an automated parking system through Broadway, and there is a pickup area opening through Olympic, as well as the main entrance for the ramp, the drive-through ramp through Olympic. The second floor is where most of the ramp actually goes through. As mentioned before, it is surrounded by medical services that are accessible to the vehicles. At any given time, there is about 7 vehicles that can be attended to. Next to it is actually some showcase display rooms. It is accessible by both pedestrians and people in their vehicles. There is also an auditorium of sorts that is intended to showcase certain experiences for the people in the vehicles and for the people accessing the retail area. The second floor also has a large warehouse area that distributes mostly to the retail stores on top. The third floor is also composed of mostly retail and dining. There is a large promenade that is actually open on one side to allow for ventilation from the vehicles. The main building area is actually separated from the vehicles so that most of the pollution goes outside and not inside, which I will show in a section. And the fifth and sixth floor are mainly composed of medical services, along with a food court area that is actually here in the center. Every space is accessible to every pedestrian. The main reason why medical is actually littered throughout is intended to get people from retail to maybe make an appointment if they feel that that is really their need. The retail spaces are mostly meant to be for necessities. So anybody looking to get a last minute item that they need while being in the medical area is for that. So this is the main drive-through. This is what you can see when you're on the promenade. So anything that's half open, it is meant to be half open. There are very large spaces, and as mentioned, the road here does have a 2-story height that is open to the outside. This is so that any pollution can escape. And as seen here as well, it is open, while the rest of the building is actually enclosed so that none of that enters the building. The main structure of the building is a typical column grid system, with the curved actually being a diagrid system. I believe the diagrid system actually allowed me to have a more diverse facade, along with avoiding any shear necessary on that portion of the building. Because of the diagrid system, it did help me so that it was more open with more glass. As mentioned, the diagrid system allowed me to create a more interesting facade. It does allow me to have a double height opening in the center of the building, which is shown here. The intention of the materiality of the building is for it to be polished metal. The structural system is steel as well, so I'm trying to keep it very metal and glass. As you can see, the rendering of the materials is really meant to be metal, polished metal. And, that is my presentation.
Thanks, Angelica. A great presentation. I had a quick question before we start the conversation. Could you just, I was looking at your specs, and could you just say a word about what the parking requirements are for this site and your building?
Yes, so for the parking requirement I'm not really 100% sure on it, but I do have automated parking that is underground. So they do prefer underground because anything that's above ground parking is actually counts for the square footage, which I took into account when I did the pickup area. So this is just, these parking spots are just meant for the pickup area. People would back up into a space, pick up their items, or go into the pharmacy if they need a quick pickup, and then they would leave. So this is taken into account into the parking requirements, but the main component for parking is actually through Broadway Street, which allows for automated parking through here. So there is an underground automated parking system. Does that answer your question?
I think it's a brilliant idea to consider post-COVID world as a partial return to drive-through, as not just you know, a road trip event, but as bigger part of our culture. I don't know to what degree it will come back, but it makes total sense. And for Doug, Devin, and Kevin, you probably don't know that these guys will be graduating in a kind of drive-through manner. It will take place on the Fairplex, just 5 miles from our campus, where no professors, but students and their parents will be allowed to come in their car, and without leaving their cars, they will see and hear on a big screen greetings from the president, from the dean, and so forth. So that's I still have hard time imagining what it's going to be, but just consider it as an alternative to everyone coming to the quad. And I mean, it's a completely different world, and bringing it into the discussion, I think it was a really great thing to do. And I can see that you did some, at least initial studies of where did drive-through culture come from, and how it vanished and how it changed. So I really applaud you for initiating this conversation. I think, however, both in your design and in your oral presentation, what was lacking for me, at least, really exploration, what it means for us to rely, to use the car window as a shield from possible carrier of the virus. What does it mean for? It's, yes, grocery and pharmacy and medical thing as a drive-through. It's great. And I mean, my wife got her shots in a drive-through conditions as many other people. So I think it's all fantastic thing to discuss and to explore. But is there going to be really a drive-through movie? Are there going to be drive-through parties? Are there going to be a drive-through other kind of events? I was asking myself this question as I was listening to your presentation. I didn't hear much to answer these questions. And I'm not sure that your architecture, as skillful as it is and as resolved as it is, gives me additional food for thought in terms of what will it be, this new world where we'll have to have so many additional shields between us. Like Margaret Crawford's famous book, The Car in the City, that criticizes American car, that it put us in the capsule where we actually see everything as on computer screen or TV screen. And like in Latin America, everyone drives with windows down, and they stick out of the windows, and they shout to each other, and they participate in the life. We in the United States, we get our windows up, and this little noise we get from the street, the more valuable is the car. So it used to be a point of criticism. Maybe at least partially it's a savior, that we now can actually at least drive by and at least wave to each other. So many questions were coming from my mind during your presentation, which is great, which means that your initial job is done. You made your critic, your juror, to think and to get my juices going. But I'm not sure I had too many answers to the questions that would you like to tell me more about it, about the world, the community, the society that is coming, and how you're building and your ideas are participating in it?
Yes, actually. So I did think 20 years into the future of what this building could be. It's hopefully 20 years into the future, we're over this pandemic and living a little more normally. The original idea was for this to be more of a shopping center. So it would be a distribution center with showcase display rooms. So that really was more tailored to the convenience of people not getting out of their vehicles, which I feel that COVID really expressed. And so I sort of modified throughout the course to be more medical, to sort of focus on the current issue, which is the pandemic. So for the current community, it does apply. This would be very beneficial to them because it's already very high density. These are communities that live with a lot of people, and usually in high density areas such as cities, the spread of diseases is a lot higher. It's a lot more rampant. So I felt that for them, this would be very beneficial. But for the community in 20 years, I felt that this would be the next to the Amazon. So this is for the people who don't shop at Amazon, who like to do curbside, who like to go to a store and like to sort of just go in for a quick stop. I need to grab this. It's just the grab and go. So I did feel that this definitely tailored to the American convenience of picking something up without having to get out of your vehicle and without having to pay extra for it. So that was the intention behind it.
I think, first of all, it's a really nicely developed project and really well presented. And it is really clear that you're taking a really near-term immediate take on it. But since you raised the issue in conversation here about, thinking about the sort of 20-year projection of this, I think over those 20 years, a lot of things would change, right? If one would imagine that by then all cars would be electric, many, if not all of them, would be driven by smart technologies. And in that kind of scenario, the sort of current translation of the extreme spatial segregation of vehicles, pedestrians, and so on might not be as applicable at that point as it still is now, where cars are dangerous and they're polluting for the most part, and you really do want to be much more careful about how one manages the spatial entanglement of those two very different constituents. I think and so obviously, and the pandemic, really does reassert the idea of the car as a kind of protected bubble space in the way that Sasha described, that I think has been very true for most of the, in our culture in the United States. In terms of your historical analysis, I appreciate that you did it. There's so much more one could do, but one thing that I think you might be interested to look at is the drive-in church that Richard Neutra did for Robert Schuller down in Garden Grove. It's near where Philip Johnson later did the Crystal Cathedral on the same property. But it's interesting precisely because of this idea, the absurdity of like being isolated in one's vehicle in the sense of community that the congregation is supposed to imply. Sylvia Lavin wrote a really interesting essay on that. You should check that out. I think that the nature of the car as a sort of quasi-domestic space that can be projected, into the public realm is interesting, especially in the scenario you described where, as we retreated into our homes, we kind of understood again in a very poignant way, like how much we depend on them as like a kind of space that is secure and under our control, whereas we don't normally associate those qualities with the public realm. And so you're really creating a situation with like a high degree of contrast, people who feel protected in their car in the public realm in a place where they might actually be really vulnerable to disease. And I think that makes the boundary layer of the car window really pronounced in a way as a kind of architecture in the way that we don't normally think of it. So I'd be curious well, not curious, but it would be interesting, I think, as you describe your project in your portfolio, to really think much more explicitly about the car as like an architectural element rather than just a visitor, to a piece of architecture that is extraneous to the architecture other than as a kind of motivator for the architecture. And I think that could suggest additional forms of representation that you don't have, which I think Sasha alluded to, having to do with representing what it would be like to kind of experience a transaction across that boundary. The other thing that I think would be maybe just worth thinking about it, I mean, I don't think you could do anything about it now, but if the car has been elevated in its status as a kind of piece of architecture or an extension of one's person in this scenario, then it might have suggested that the programs here would be a bit more diverse in terms of who their subjects were. So in your scenario, the subjects for the programs are the people who are visiting. But I could also see an argument that the car, is a sort of subject in this building. And so that while you have programs like cafes and places, medical facilities, that there might also be things like car washes and Jiffy Lubes mixed in here as well, so that you really do, at least through the program and through the sort of spatial entanglement of unlike programs, create a space that is as complicated and messy and strange as our current situation is.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in on that too. I think the discussion of the car, which is so interwoven with your scheme, is really, it's pretty critical to understand your concept of the car and how it interacts with your building, and how you imagine the car as a current and future sort of part of our society. And I think you have a almost nostalgic view of the car, the way you depicted the historic drive-in components of Los Angeles, which were, it is kind of it was at the time when those were built, there was this wonderful kind of almost naive romanticism about the car and how the car is going to give us all a sense of freedom. And yet fast forward, here we are, we're talking about the vehicle as like an escape pod, something to withdraw into to protect ourselves during a time of COVID. And there's a interesting contradiction or irony however you want to look at it with that sort of perception. And I think your scheme, it takes almost a suspension of disbelief because for the reasons that Doug was talking about, there's an idea of technology here that is almost, it's near term, but it's probably not, it's not going to be a long-term perception of how the car interacts in a building. So it's almost like your project's in a different time and place than it wants to be. And maybe both. So maybe there's a parallel, universe out there where it makes more sense. But this is the kind of project that might have been perfect as a pop-up, in the last 6 months or so, something that just happened and it was built in a crazy amount of time to satisfy an immediate need. I like Sasha was describing, I myself got vaccinated at the USC parking garage downtown, and that was a drive-in experience. It was pretty horrific, actually. The first time it got easier for the second job because it wasn't as crowded, but I was stuck in traffic for a good hour and a half waiting to just get into the parking garage, and then it was a traffic jam in the parking garage. And because I'm sort of like projecting here, but there was a lot of confusion. Obviously, people were going there to get a shot. It was the first time for most people to visit this building. There was one way in and one way out. And here in your project, you've got like 3 ways in and 3 ways out. There would be an enormous amount of confusion for just on a practical side for anybody visiting this building. And it's almost like this is a car tour of an old COVID facility. It's like this almost can be a museum of how we distributed vaccines back in 2021 for people who are in the future and they want to have their electric car drive them through this. Because the navigation through the thing is interesting if you know its secrets, but I think it would be pretty difficult if you didn't. And again, that's just on a practical side, but there's something kind of charming about your attitude towards this facility, which is, I think, based on your optimism, Angie, you've expressed in your description and your, after everything that you've been through as a student and that you're going to, do a drive-through graduation and all that, there's still this incredible optimism for how you imagine something like this to exist. So I got to hand it to you for that. And if I sort of like remove myself from the disbelief part about whether or not this is a ridiculous or wonderfully insightful project, because I don't think you have a sense of irony about it. I think you're very serious about this, which I like. But if I remove myself from that, I think there's some great resolution to the thing as an architectural piece, which I think you're to be applauded for. I think this is something which would probably never happen. In reality, there's clearly no immediate need for it now, but there's something, you sort of defined a problem and you figured out a way to resolve it. So I got to hand it to you for that.
I know time's up, but I just wanted to really commend you, Angelica, as well. I think all the comments were spot on. And I think the kind of optimism you and I'm sure all your classmates have for moving through our challenging times is really remarkable. I mean, this is and kind of on one hand, unprecedented way of learning and working and communicating your ideas. But on the other hand, I think you're going to be like, we were the class that did this, and it's going to really mark you in a very positive way and in a kind of like zeitgeist moment. So I think it's really commendable that you're taking this on, and that what I would just maybe give you, ask that you like take a little more time to kind of unpack so many rich ideas that you have. Like, I think the discussion about representation in itself would be fascinating. How did Le Corbusier, take us through the promenade for walking? And then what is it, thinking about like Rainer Banham taking us through the car in LA. So like, how are all of those kind of architectural concerns, just those kind of ideas about movement and seeing and view, how do those construct an experience? I think like that would be a thesis, a kind of an incredible thesis under the pandemic. So I want to just really encourage you to keep pursuing these ideas. I'm sure you will. You, I think, made a beautiful presentation. And I really also want to just say the way that you answered questions was fantastic. You just like took them on. You're like, yeah, I can tell you, I've thought about that. I love that. That was fantastic. So really well done.
Thank you.
I would love to end it on that, but I have to say something. But I ironically, there is no irony here. And I think that's the most interesting thing is that, probably the past year and a half has made her very convicted about this project. And I think the interesting thing is that, she believes it was a shopping mall, then it turned a shopping mall distribution center, then it turned into a healthcare. And I almost think that it's an idea about the automobile much more than it's an idea about anything to do with healthcare or any specific program related thing. And so, it would be interesting to me to kind of see a bunch of alternate program scenarios of what this building might be adapted to, and those references of like, life in the vehicle. There's so much to support that in the LA area. Probably would not be successful anywhere else but here. But anyway, thank you so much. So what's going to happen is you are going to be joined by Emma now in about 5 minutes. And then you're going to have a couple more projects. So thank you very much, jury. I'm gonna depart this room and go into another one, but I very much appreciate your comments.
Fox, it's me. Yeah.
Bye.
Fox, it's still one more project. It's mine.
Oh my gosh. Go, Lexi.
I'm here. I exist.
I saw you.
Void.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, there's 3.
Okay, good thing. I don't have to make comments at the end.
Yeah.
Go, Lexi.
Okay,
Sorry.
so let me share my screen. No worries. Let me share. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Lexi, and I will show you my Microcity Tower, which is a mixed-use project. So downtown Los Angeles itself is a vast city that provides many epicenters from housing to entertainment to retail. Yet the residents of downtown still need to travel outside for many of the basic necessities of day-to-day life. With the 2019 pandemic of COVID, a renewed sense of awareness has come to the forefront of time spent traveling to go to work, school, shopping, to get food, etc. Los Angeles itself is the worst US city for commuters with an estimate of 119 hours a year stuck in traffic on average. The premise of my project is to locate a strategic mix of essential and non-essential programs within the centralized location of a single building to cut down on the necessary commutes for downtown residents. So it has a FAR of 13:1, and that is the overall zoning information. And this is also, you can see here some zoning diagrams that I did showing that this is located on the edge of Fashion District right for South Park. And in this area, there's not a lot of housing, but there's a lot of retail as well. And so looking more into my project, the idea of everything one would need being in one main location creates a whole new sense of what can be defined as local. The project consolidates a mini version of all that is needed into a microcity tower. This tower would have a daycare, offices, a community garden, housing, amenities, a grocery store for residents in the community, retail spaces, a hardware store, art studios, restaurants, entertainment such as movie theater and bowling alley, as well as outdoor public space for the community. By localizing the most essential daily tasks, more time can be spent on other things and with others rather than on traveling. The site for the tower is located on the corner of 12th Street and Main Street, which is right on the edge of the Fashion District, and next to South Park, where the entertainment centers of Staples Center and LA Live are located. And so, like I said, it's on Main Street and 12th Street, and here is a program breakdown of how my project is organized. It's very heavily program centered, with these being the main egress cores to get up to the other levels, and there being housing all on one side of 12th Street, and there being a big area also for retail that is separated into that. Here is a front render of that space where you can see a cafe on the lower floors. This is where those housing areas are. That's where the retail area is that overlooks the backside. And then here is where there's offices above, and there's like a daycare over on that side. So here is the ground floor site plan. Like I said, there's a cafe on the bottom floor with also a silent shop under the theater space. And there's 3 main areas to get into this area, where there's an alley at the back so they can get up into here and come from either side of the street. And this is where it leads into the underground parking. And also my project has plenty of restrooms, so there's no lacking there as well. And there's this main, you can see on, this is that this opening, this double height space that leads onto both the retail main entrance as well as the housing main entrance. And here you can see that in more detail, where there's a sky bridge that goes around here, as well as those 2 main staircases that lead up to that area. And you can see that also here. And so here is one of the floors that actually do connect thoroughly through, which is also a housing floor as well, where there is a tiny game room, a gym for mainly the residents, but also for the community, and a grocery store. And there's also some of those retail spaces. And this area is also accessible from either side of the retail side or the housing side. And here's a more detailed look at those different housing units. And here on the 7th floor is where there is one of the rooftop community garden spaces. And there's plenty of places for people to sit. There's also a restaurant bar that people can come out onto. There's also this daycare area and some spaces for the offices. Here is the elevation that looks into that 30-foot area. And here is a more detailed look at that space as well, with the steel beams that I have for structurally. And here is a section that shows more of a kind of almost atrium space, but it's not quite an atrium because it's on one side of the building, but it flows through the top to help air circulate. That also has some of these openings, as you can see, through that middle part of the building. And then here is the final image I have of that rooftop garden space, that you can see the offices as well as the restaurant entrance. And that is my project.
Hey, Lexi, how many units do you have here, housing-wise?
I was planning to maybe like add more, but currently I only have about like 20 units, which is not that many, but I can always extend it to make it higher to accommodate for more people to be in this city tower, micro city tower.
Did you say 12 or 20?
20.
20. Okay.
But my main intention is having these basically, there's a lot of programs meshed into this one space, and I can make it as tall as I really want it to go as well. and have like the two separate main towers of retail, the housing, and where they intersect with each other.
Okay, so my next question is, I know that you talked about providing a lot of different opportunities for people who live in downtown LA, so they don't have to drive somewhere to do these various things. Are these amenities and retail shops, are they intended for the people that live in the building only, or are they intended for others who live around the building?
They're mainly intended for the residents, but they would be more of like reserved kind of basis for those in the community itself, because they're not that big of spaces like the central little amenities, but there's multiple amenities that are there. So they're almost like stacked in a way, but there are multiple different opportunities throughout the floors.
And the reason I'm asking is that I'm trying to get a sense if your intent, whether it's stated or unstated, is to create sort of a sort of micro sustainable community of sorts, or if it's really just meant to be, you know, there's a few units here, but everything else is open to whoever wants to come in.
Well, that's what the overall intent, because that's why in the very beginning of like the research, I was looking into a lot of like different other microcity kind of concepts where you try to have a lot of different programs for the residents of the building, but I also wanted to be accessible to those in the surrounding areas. But as you can see on my diagram, there's not that many housing areas, so there wouldn't be a lot of people in this particular community that would also benefit from it, but mainly it would be people in that building itself. But people can still travel from other areas, but it's mainly for the residents itself.
Thank you.
Hi, Lexi. That was an awesome presentation. I love all the energy that you brought to it. You kind of like, we were getting a little sluggish and you were like, yeah, we're going to do this. So I really enjoyed the presentation. And I think you're bringing up some super relevant and interesting points about how we live and work and commute and what it means to kind of program all these spaces today. And I'm just, it's just maybe just to kind of like get the conversation started. So I'm kind of torn between it's a little bit of the conversation we were having with Angelica. I'm a little bit torn about the specific programming strategy where you start to say like, you know, this is here and this is here and this is here, because those things, as we know, will most likely change over time. And so I think that's maybe one avenue that we could discuss. But then the other avenue is once you say tower, it's not totally a tower, but you admittedly said it could stack more. So I totally agree. But once it's in that kind of typology and the stacking typology and the frame typology, in a way, you've entered the Cool House conversation about typical plan. And what I mean by that is that there's a kind of genericness or genericity to how we build frame construction towers. And there's a reason for that, and that it's in fact that it can be, you know, the maximum FAR, it can be, you know, so you get the most amount of kind of real estate. There's obviously things you can do to kind of undermine that or challenge that model, but nonetheless, there's a kind of convention to setting up the frame tower typology. And with that, let's say the benefit of that generic quality is that you can then swap out programs and things can evolve. So I would say that, like, just to kind of clarify your thesis or your position, I think you would have to either make the argument that you're using the tower, the frame, and that you're going to adopt that strategy because that's what's going to give you the most amount of flexibility to change programs over time and to respond to changing social, cultural, whether it's the pandemic or otherwise, kind of needs and functions. Now, on the other hand, if you say, oh no, like these are the programs, we know these are the programs, these are the, like, this is it, and it's a much more kind of prescriptive programming, then I think you have to make the argument how you're going to break the frame typology, meaning like, how am I going to, you know, not have like all the spaces kind of essentially be the same. And I mean, these are just, you know, kind of opposite positions in the discourse. And so I'm kind of curious, like, for you to maybe push yourself even harder. And, you know, like, just if you were to go and say, like, I'm all in on the multiplicity of programming, then how does that challenge the frame? Because I think for the most part, it's still pretty much like you're within the column grid and so forth. Or you say, oh no, it's generic, so I don't need to tell you in this project, this is where everything is. I'm just going to kind of leave that open to, you know, the developers, the whoever, you know, leases out the space, and that they will customize as needed over time, and that will change. So I don't know. I mean, like, I think it's like a really like provocative and polemical project, because you're kind of pushing these two buttons that we know have like a long history within their own conversation. And I'm just curious for today, like, given the prompt about the pandemic and the commute, like kind of like for you to maybe say a little bit more where you stand about the generic flexible, or like the super, you know, prescribed program specific.
Well, overall, I would like for it to be like certain parts of it, like the housing sections, be more generic, and then the how the retail areas interact with it or separate from it, that to be more flexible, because that's all going to be rented space anyways, and it's not usually going to be from one company. So I would like that to be to have less stability in a sense. And I know throughout, I was looking at some other projects of like how to collage it better in a sense, where it's like the order within the chaos. So that would be my take on that would be the housing would be stable. Everything else would kind of creep into it or separate from the housing portions.
I also think it was a really well presented project, and it's really interesting. The thing that struck me about it is I think we can you're providing this sort of mixed use building that gives people domestic space and then other kinds of amenities that are primarily for the people who live there, because as you pointed out, there aren't a lot of other dwellings, in the vicinity, and so its draw for others would be lower. But that creates an interesting scenario where you have like public programs within which we would normally behave according to public codes of conduct and decorum and social normal kind of public social practices, and domestic space where it would be perfectly fine if I like trotted down the hall in my pajamas or something, because there's just something about like a hallway in an apartment building that's different than walking through like a hallway in an office building. And I think that's the thing that I think is missing, that there's like a kind of tension there that's built into your programmatic premise that isn't engaged in a way. So it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity from something as benign or banal as like thinking about what is the theater for these people, during the vast majority of the day when it's not operating as a cinema, to, how can I treat the hallway on the 3rd and 4th floor that has or whatever floor has the grocery in it, like what's the nature of that space that makes it possible for people to still feel like they're in a kind of domestic environment while they're running to get you know, extra half and half for their coffee, you know, or something.
Mhm.
In terms of how one deals with the materials or how one deals with space or the, you know, opportunity for like quasi private spaces, you know, little nooks, you know, in that zone, all of which would not adhere to the kind of normal developer logic, you know, for doing a project like this, but I think have other kinds of interesting ramifications to our current mode, especially when the conflation between domestic space and workspace has become extremely pronounced for everybody, rather than just the few people who previously were teleworking. And so I think I just think those things are worth thinking about. And to the extent that you were planning on doing additional representation for your portfolio or writing some additional things, I think that there's a way to engage that issue without like redesigning what you're doing, but maybe just thinking about materiality or thinking about how you refine your plans or sections, or make some additional interior renderings of spaces that maybe you didn't think were super important before, but actually could be really charged in terms of their social implications.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. That's I'm gonna look more into that, because that's why for like the housing that I was doing, I was actually making it so it was less public in a way on the outside of it, but they still have like their private balconies. So that's kind of the slight separation, even though the private balconies look out into the city from the street. So there's also that extra street distance from the adjacent building. So that's like the only private area that the residents have that no one else in the community can actually access. But for like the building itself, I was mainly focusing on a public building that if people in the community did want to go into it, they can enjoy the spaces, they can go to the retail, they can do that. But it is that micro city where it's kind of like a small town. So it's like people see the same people within the building
Well,
that live in the space or in the area.
Absolutely. And like any small town or commune or sort of forced group of people that decide they want to live together, you know, the people that live in one area, you know, you're going to come across the same person when they're clerking at a grocery store or something like that. So I think, you know, for me, I guess this becomes really fascinating as a study in that micro community, that whether it's a kind of statement about the pandemic or not, it's interesting because of where it is. You know, it's right in the middle of the city. It's not out in, you know, farmland somewhere where you just stake a claim to the community and build a commune. This is, you know, in the middle of a highly urbanized environment, very dense. And so, you know, I keep waffling back and forth about whether this is really kind of a response to the pandemic, or more successful as a kind of community that is almost defensible in nature, and that it's self-sustaining, and it seems to be trying to include everything. I mean, there's so much program in this that everything ends up being pretty small, and I find it hard to believe that it would be able to cater to anybody outside the people who live here, because you know, the hardware store has like 6 shelves in it and things like that. So, you know, it would contain, you know, extra doorknobs or whatever for the people who live there. But I guess to me that is what makes it really interesting, is the kind of binary nature of this, of what it wants to be, is this thing that's in the middle of the city and has all the program for the people who live there, but at the same time, is it dependent on that city or not? Because that's going to inform some of the choices you make as a designer about what kind of building you want to make, and addresses those things that you were discussing, Lexi, about, you know, public and private and the apartments, and you know, Doug was mentioning running down the hallway in the pajamas, and it's much easier if you know these people, if they're part of your community, almost your extended family, than it is a stranger. So anyway,
Yeah.
I think what I really admire about your project are these questions that are raised about this. And if there's any advice I would give is that you're on the sort of razor's edge of taking a position on something which could be really interesting and dynamic. And I would just push you over into the realm of taking a very strong position that people may argue with, but is an important discussion topic for where we are now.
Yeah, because that's why initially I did want to have it so then people wouldn't have to go out, and it was slightly in response to the pandemic, but also in response to an idea that I've been thinking about for a while of this kind of in the middle of like either like an urban area where it is kind of not dependent on the surroundings, so everyone can find everything that they need within this smaller space. But since it is in the middle of a city, it has to somewhat cater to those around as well.
Right.
But it is mainly for the residents that are living in there, and those that frequent the area or the ones that are in the housing next door can come over to this building.
You may want to then take another look. Perhaps you already did this in your research at Le Corbusier's Unité Marseille project, because even though it's not a tower, it's a slab, but it does do something similar to, I think, what you're interested in from a programming point of view, meaning there's a lot of dense housing, and then there's this kind of internal street that cuts through the building that has all these kinds of services, and I think you'll just find some inspiration in that project. I'll put a link in the chat for you.
Yeah, because I know about that project because we studied it, but I haven't delved into it relatively recently. So that's a good point that I need to look more into that in applying to my project, where it's more of like having something that kind of caters to those that kind of visit through, but then also those that are dwelling within. So
I think it will really help you to, again, kind of like push the typology of the tower and look for other ways that you can insert these kind of social public exchanges within something that's, typically pretty difficult to access. Like it's not so public if I have to go to the 12th floor or whatever to, get my, I don't know, whatever it is, my toothpaste. But if you can find a way, and this is what I think so great about your project, is that you're on the edge, as was being said, about kind of like finding a way to really push that position or polemic forward. So this is like, keep going. I'm sure you will, but congratulations, really beautiful work.
Thank you. Thank you to all the jurors.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say one thing. I think it certainly made for an interesting conversation. Thank you, jury. It's ironic. I stress about the fire separations, but aside from that, I think it's interesting. The point that Kevin brought up is like, what is the dependency on the urban environment for this thing, as opposed to the other? It becomes so autonomous. It reminds me, on a different scale, actually, a much smaller scale. It's a cruise ship, right? Where it's really autonomous in its own way. And there's a few other precedent, like the cruise ship, that are out there, for you to look at, but it's not, because it's also inviting people onto the ship, and it's stuck in the middle of an urban environment. So it's kind of an interesting typology you've created that I think makes it very scalable also, or maybe not scalable. I don't really know what happens if this gets into a building that's 4 times as large, or I think any smaller it could not operate. So the scale becomes super interesting to me. Anyway, now I don't have to thank all our wonderful jurors because I already did it. But once again, thank you guys. Good conversations. Lexi, congratulations.
Thank you.
Everyone. And so now actually in only a few minutes, somebody else will be joining you. So good to see you.
I've already joined.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you again. Hi, Emma. How you doing?
Hey, Michael. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Long day.
The work looked good. I like seeing the end of other people's reviews.
I need to snoop a little more.
Hi, jurors. I'm Emma. I'm in a paste our concept board in the chat if you didn't already get it in your email. Marco, I think you need to mute yourself. I don't know if I can make you do that because I'm not the host of this meeting. There we go. I was, maybe the jurors can briefly just introduce yourselves to our students. I can give an intro, but I was seeing Andrea was having them introduce the jurors, and it was actually much nicer to hear people talk about themselves as opposed to my little mini intro. But do you guys want to briefly introduce yourselves, and then I can kind of tell you guys what part of the city we're working on and what kind of projects we're looking at. And Devin Weiser, I'm seeing you first. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Hi, Emma. Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me today. I'm Devin Weiser. I'm joining you from Venice, but I teach at Cpp Arc in the design. I'm a design faculty there and also the visual studies coordinator. I teach in the graduate program and in the undergraduate program. I also have a practice with Peter Testa in Venice. So thanks, and looking forward to our conversation today.
Amazing, thank you. Sasha, I see you next. I think the students know you, but you could give a little hello.
Yeah, I don't think I need much of introduction. I know very well everyone here, so I'll yield my time to the gentleman on my right.
Okay. I see Doug Jackson next. Hello.
Hi, nice to see everybody. I'm Doug Jackson. I'm a professor at the architecture department at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, and I teach thesis design studio, and I also coordinate the 5th year thesis year.
So you're very familiar with this type of semester. And Kevin.
Hey, Emma, good to see you again. Hi, everybody. Kevin O'Brien. I've been around Cal Poly quite a bit. Not as much recently, but I think I've taught just about every design studio there at one point or another, undergraduate and graduate over the years. Last time I was there teaching, I think was 2 years ago for a visiting design studio focused on education. Anyway, I've got my own practice based in Pasadena.
Welcome. Great, thank you guys. I am Emma, if we haven't met before, and as you probably heard from Michael, all of the sections of Senior Project have certain things in common, but each section is working in sort of a different specific area around downtown and with a slightly different kind of umbrella program. So in our studio, we were working in Chinatown, which is a historically rich and low-rise area, which is zoned to be much taller than it currently is. So some of the projects are grappling with kind of ideas of how do you add density and newness to a neighborhood that's typically quite low without erasing, the history and culture that's already there. And our umbrella program was looking at hospitality and retail and entertainment spaces, which the neighborhood also has a rich history of, with some kind of tangents off of that as the students' research kind of took them in certain directions. Any questions about that before I hand it over to the students to take away? Okay, I'm going to share my screen, and you guys have the concept board link in the chat as well, so you can follow along there or in the Zoom, and the students will moderate you through their boards, and then at the end you can always kind of take over moderation or request kind of moving up to a certain image to discuss. So first up we have Adriana. There you go. She's moderating already. Great. Take it away.
All right. Let's see if I'm zoomed in enough. Okay. All right. Hello, my name is Adriana Arambula, and this is Positive Impact Tourism. So the goal of this project is to establish a form of tourism that results in a positive impact on the local community while providing tourists with an immersive experience into the local culture. The Chinatown area of Los Angeles is one of the oldest cultural enclaves in the area and has a deeply rooted community. While tourism is necessary to bring jobs and economic opportunity to an area, it historically has also been known to bring gentrification, which often results in displacement of locals. This project aims to bring these two communities, which are sometimes at odds, locals versus outsiders, together through a symbiotic mixed-use program of a public market hall and a boutique hotel. Oops. So located at the intersection of Alameda and Alpine Street, this eastern edge of Chinatown is currently largely unengaged, and a development such as this will bring life and entertainment to this portion of the city. The site is easily accessible as it sits on one of the main arteries of downtown Los Angeles, which is Alameda and Alpine, and is just a short walk away from the Chinatown Gold Line station and Los Angeles Union Station to the south of it. The site is zoned for C2-R-Rio, which in this instance will use a mixed occupancy of commercial and residential R4 at the hotel levels. The program features a public market hall on the first two levels, a boutique hotel with 56 rooms on the upper levels, and public space, community space, retail, and dining sprinkled throughout. So the market hall will feature vendors of arts, crafts, home goods, prepared foods, produce, and other retail outlets. A boutique hotel and a market hall will bring together much of what makes Los Angeles a great tourist destination and also an amazing place to live: culture, art, and food. Chinatown is a beautiful intersection of these elements, and this development will serve as a gateway to this community while providing economic opportunity to its permanent residents. This leads to a major goal of the project, which is to find the balance between community members, service providers, and consumers, a form of sustainable tourism or positive impact tourism. Community members have a place to shop, congregate, eat, participate in community classes and workshops, and also view local art and music and also contribute to those. Local residents are also given entrepreneurial opportunity, in their own community. As such, all vendors, permanent and kiosk vendors, restaurateurs, cafes, bars, bar owners, they're all local proprietors in this establishment. Consumers, in this case, mostly tourists, are granted immersive experiences as opposed to mainstream corporate ubiquity. So going into the floor plans here. A hotel user would enter through the East Market Hall on this end here and be immediately immersed into a sea of local vendors, creators, artists, music, and food. As visitors enter, they are immediately faced with an escalator going up into the hotel lobby level, which is on a mezzanine level, which you can see here in this view. This leads to an overlook of the entire market hall as users make their way up the sculptural ramp at the center of, at the bottom of a central atrium. Before heading to the elevators, users, so they would make their way up here, and then before heading to the elevators to go up to guest rooms, They will pass through an art gallery and also performance space where local residents will be performing or local art will be displayed. Local visitors, permanent residents, I should say, are much more likely to enter from the western entrance on this level. The ground market hall opens up via horizontal doors here to reveal the busy intersection of Alameda and Alpine, which can be viewed here. And this will not only maximize pedestrian access, but will also allow for vending to spill out onto the street for increased community engagement and to create an aspect of visual excitement for vehicular passersby and also the adjacent Gold Line users, which you can see in the background here. The atrium at the center, which you can see here, physically and visually connects all levels of the buildings. Guest rooms on floors 3 through 6, sorry, scrolling here, which you can see in these unit plans here, are primarily located on the northern side of the building. And on levels 3 and 4, they also intersect with retail and cafe space. Community and hotel public space is located on the back southern core of the building, and it's sprinkled throughout the atrium. The translucent sculptural veil at the center of the atrium, which you can see at the ground level, looking up into the atrium in this view, begins in the market hall and emerges at the roof, and then transforms into the monolithic skin on the exterior of the facade. On the interior of the building, the sculptural element allows for visual adjacency to exist between the hotel rooms and the community spaces on the southern side, while still providing an element of privacy between the two groups. Let's move to sections here. In keeping with the clear architectural language of these two user groups, coming together, I wanted to express the market hall and public areas of the building with a more heavy, permanent, monolithic visual language, which you can see here. It's much more carved out and thickly cast. Whereas the hotel spaces on the upper levels are more rigid and on the exterior more translucent, which is a symbol of not only transparency, but of fluidity of people coming and going. And the local community can physically view this. The permanence of the monolithic market hall is expressed on the exterior of the building. Coming down here, is expressed on the exterior of the building by the use of GFRC panels, and on the interior via glass fiber reinforced gypsum. The glazing of the hotel portion of the building is a semi-neutral, low reflection solar control glass. And these elements can best be seen working in conjunction with one another on the elevations here. This is the northern elevation, and you can see that horizontal door has been rolled open, and you can see all of the market hall activities on the bottom level. Seen here on the western elevation, peeking into the market hall to bring pedestrian access. And then on the southern view, with the expectation that at some point there will probably be a future development, this portion here has been built into the setback. So Google Street View. And so just in closing, there's a substantial overlap between the program of a hotel and the market hall. By observing this overlap and not duplicating program, it resulted in public area being dispersed throughout the hotel. This space is intended to be used by both sets of users equally and sets up opportunity for engagement between the groups, and then also sets up, again, economic opportunity for local residents. This is probably most apparent on the locally run rooftop bar, restaurant, and pool deck, where locals and tourists can enjoy the best of what Chinatown and Los Angeles has to offer. And that is it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Doug.
No, go ahead, Sasha.
Hi, Gianna. Good to see you. There is a lot to like about your ideas. I just feel that it's in spite of brutalist architectural language that you use, it's a little bit of a timid proposal in terms of a clash of the programs. I wish there was more categories of tourists. Maybe a portion of it would be a hostel for students and senior citizens on fixed income. And in addition to more affluent travelers, I think it could actually include some residential components, so that would bring even more interaction. And I feel that I feel a little bit conflicted about giving such a permanent architectural language to marketplace that is supposed to be ad hoc, that is supposed to kind of occupy vacant places, that is supposed to challenge the existing program and the existing architecture. So I think it's a little bit too much of permanency for something that is an introduction to vibrant and always changing nature of Los Angeles, and to specific programs that you are bringing there.
I wanted to start by commending you on a very clear presentation. I thought that I really understood where you were coming from, and I thought your programmatic analysis of overlapping programs was very interesting and obviously important analysis for your project. I think that the sort of main kind of constructive comments I would have a little bit to do with how you're presenting your ideas, but I think also relate to sort of where your focus has been. And I think that focus has mostly been on the fact of the mixed use as being much more productive on its own, mixed program, more productive on its own, and not requiring any kind of spatial complement to support the social mixing that you're hoping will come from the mixed program. And I think that that plays out a little bit in how you present the project, where even though you are mixing different constituencies within the building, everything has its proper programmatic place. And the forms of encounter that you show in your nice interior watercolor images are really more of a kind of voyeuristic exchange between people, even though you actually do have spaces where people can interact. The project doesn't seem set up to try to suggest a kind of unexpected encounter. Instead, I think it really defaults to a highly regulated form of space. And that, I think, could be something that could be interrogated a little bit more. It reminded me, I don't know if you've ever read that essay by Robin Evans called Figures, Doors, and Passages, where he describes the popularization of the corridor as a technique, architectural technique in Europe over the span of a few hundred years prior to the 20th century. He described how the corridor was a very little used device in Renaissance architecture, because Renaissance architecture was more geared towards facilitating unplanned social encounter between people. And that as cultural codes changed in Europe over the ensuing 100 years, the corridor became a much more popular device because it ensured that people wouldn't accidentally run into people of different classes or different genders, which had become more inhibited during that time. So I think you don't, I mean, obviously you have corridors and things like that, but I think you have a little bit of the same logic, which is that what the corridor does is it allows spaces, program spaces, to be separated from each other, and the transit between them is confined to a space dedicated to that transit, rather than spaces that are both for hosting activity, but also for moving through to get from one place to another. And I think a little bit of that could help a bit more, like thinking about spaces that are ambiguously either for activity or for circulation rather than exclusively for one or the other, could be much more conducive to spontaneous encounters between people, rather than requiring people to want to have to engage other people in order to do that. And again, I'm just riffing off of what I'm deriving or inferring as a kind of social agenda, to your project. But otherwise, again, it was very clearly presented, and I think a lot to like about it.
Not clear enough. Emma, can you scroll up to the floor plan since they're viewing your screen? Sorry, scroll down, other way. So on the one more up. Yeah, right there. So these two elevators here are the main, that's the main core of circulation from the bottom level at the market hall up to the user rooms. And you're immediately spit out into this area, which is the community gathering space. So it really is forcing that interaction there, and I must not have spoken about it at all. So that's, I am kind of using this space. Yes, there are corridors, but I am kind of using this space to act as circulation, and then also, kind of trying to control that interaction. Is that what you're referring to?
It is represented as just a big open space for movement.
Right.
Rather than a place where things can happen. So, you're calling it a kind of community space, but in doing that, you're giving it a programmatic description rather than trying to activate it spatially in order to catalyze those kinds of programs. And so all I'm saying is that I feel like the way that you're thinking about it is overwhelmingly programmatic and therefore spatially regulatory, rather than trying to actually think about it from a kind of spatial phenomenal kind of way of thinking through the social agenda that you have.
I see. Okay.
Hi, Adriana. Thanks for sharing the project today. My comments are maybe just dovetailing a little bit along the lines that Doug's already spoken about. I'm just, I'm new to this kind of navigation on the concept board, so I'm going up and down. Sorry, it's taking me a while to kind of put all the pieces together. But what I think is really interesting and exciting is this kind of what you're calling like the sustainable tourism or kind of micro tourism. And I think this is as a model of what does that mean to change our understanding of retail or activities. And one of the things that I'm kind of curious about is that there's been a lot of discussion over the past 5 years around the kind of reuse of big boxes, of big box typologies. And, they've been like programmed with everything from skateboard parks to churches, any number of things could happen. And so what I'm kind of trying to understand is like the way that you're programming the space. Is it intended, again, and this is I've like talked about this a little bit in our previous discussion, is it intended to be flexible, like other things could happen over time, or like that's where the piano goes and like you will hear music there and that's the end of like the story. You can't, move anything, because depending on your answer, depending on your answer to flexible versus a kind of fixed programming strategy, I think we could have very different conversations.
Right.
And so I'll just ask you first, like, do you imagine this still getting reprogrammed over time, or is this a kind of like, because the way you presented it, which I think we should talk about it as well, but the way you presented it was very much as if it was like kind of a project pitch to like a developer meeting or something. And it was like, this is like, everything's like set, like this is where it's going to happen. It's going to go down like this. So I'm just like curious if you really mean it, or if that was like a presentation style.
No, I really mean it. And
Okay.
it's the goal of it is to establish a place where tourists can come and, you know, be immersed into these local cultures and things like that. But there's also kind of this sweeping of local culture as well, where, you know, there's a lot of vending that happens out on Chinatown streets, and more of those people are being ticketed. And so this will provide a place for, you know, this kind of beautiful street vending of you know, mandarins and vegetables and plants and things like that, that would normally be, you know, out on sidewalks, providing them to, you know, have a place for them to live. And sure, you know, carts and things like that might be mobile, but the ultimate purpose of it is, I intend for it to be pretty permanent.
Okay, because I think this is really interesting what you're saying. And I think the part that I love the most about your project is the idea that these kind of carts or vending activities kind of tuck under the building, and you could imagine, you know, those changing. That's why I was curious about like what was fixed and what was maybe something that would evolve, or, you know, over time, different members of the community might use the spaces in different ways. And there's obviously a lot of examples of that. But I guess the main thing that I would say is that how can the architectural language of what you're working on start to convey some kind of identity around what's actually happening here? And I don't mean like a specific identity in terms of saying like, oh, we know this is about you know, a specific ethnic group. I'm talking about the architectural identity, like it's open, it's welcome, like come on in, like there's a lot of, you know, public activity, which again, you know, like in a mall or something, like they have a lot of tropes and a lot of tricks to bring people in. So like the elevators or escalators, those are all things that get positioned very strategically. And so I think you're onto something here. And I actually really appreciate that you've kind of are doing double duty. You're like, from a developer's perspective, like this is what we need to do. And I would actually encourage you to kind of like get into the details of that. And then I would ask you to kind of put on your architecture hat and say, okay, from a piece of architecture, like what can we do relative to this, let's say a new typology or a kind of refresh typology that you're working on. And I think then finding your voice, not that you need to find it, but like, I mean, like in the presentation, deciding which pitch you need to make to which audience.
Right.
Like I'm not an expert to be able to evaluate from a, let's say a developer side, whether or not, you know, you've made a compelling argument. I'm thinking about it more from the architecture side. So it's really like, I'm like looking for like, where are the kind of key architectural moves? And I think you kind of pitched it more like from the developer side, which is like, you guys are going to get everything you need. I found a space for everything you want, everything you asked for on like, you know, a huge kind of program list. So somehow like negotiating, just this is more maybe just a comment following up on Doug about like how you present, like just kind of figuring out which voice, which audience. And then like, I love the idea though, that you're like going to kind of like track down both of those models of practice, we could say, at the same time. And then you just sort of like, I know which hat I've got to put on for which audience.
I also will say I'll throw myself under the bus a little bit for things like the kind of piano. I mean, and I didn't specifically suggest that, but I think there was a point in Adriana's project where she had a lot of these kind of like generic community spaces. And I was sort of like, okay, but like what's happening there? Like, why are people going there? How are they using these spaces? Are they just kind of like gigantic hallways for the hotel at the end of the day? Because like what's bringing people there? And so, you know, whether or not those were kind of like permanent activities, I think there was a push to kind of think about what is happening there, even if it's a kind of one moment in time snapshot, right?
In the cross section, there's a little glimpse of that. There's like some easels and artists set up, and the section, the short section, yeah, that one. So there's some, you know, artists there, some meeting groups happening, music happening on the ground level, sorry, the mezzanine level. So it's kind of a glimpse, but yeah, I understand what you guys are saying.
Yeah, I think, you know, just to add on to that, the intention is really good. And I want to congratulate you also for a very clear presentation. The depiction of it, though, it's interesting because, you know, the nature of what you're proposing between these two groups, you have the tourist group, and then you have the then you have the people who are coming and showing their wares. It's you know, it's like transactional in nature, the relationship between these two groups. And I don't know if you can really challenge that. I mean, it is what it is. When you take on something like tourism, people are coming to visit for a reason, and they're wanting to see these things. In this case, arts and crafts and things like that. But the way it's being depicted is very pristine, as if, you know, the people who are sharing the things that they've made are they're like inside vitrines or something like that. And I would just encourage you to challenge that a little bit. And I'm thinking of other examples, not that there are a lot of examples of things like this, but the Grand Central Market, for example, downtown, which is, I guess you could call it a tourist destination. I mean, a lot of locals go there too, just because
Sure.
It's such a great place to go.
I
Or
go
at
there
least-
to get lunch when I'm at the office. So yeah, it's.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it's like now, but, you know, pre-pandemic, the place is always packed. But when you go there, you see people making your food or making things in front of you. It's just the spectacle of the place is part of it's what makes it great. And maybe part of that transaction in your project can be pushed a little bit so that the making of the art becomes part of what people are coming to see and witness, and maybe even experience, you know, maybe even do, you know, so it's not just a kind of transaction that happens with a piece of plexiglass in between, you know what I mean? So it's really mixed quite a bit more, and that metaphorical plexiglass kind of extends throughout your project. And I think it's been touched on by some of the other jurors that there's almost too much separation between what you call the boutique hotel and the thing that's happening down at the base. And if the lines were blurred between those two groups of people a bit more, I think it would be a great success. And I think you're almost there. And I think instinctually, you know, that's what you want, and maybe it's just the depiction of it in the vignettes and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Great. That's those are all, I think, super relevant comments for Adriana's project. Any last little kind of closing thoughts before we move to the next student? Okay.
Thank you all so much.
We have one more student this evening, Reed, just to the right on the concept board, and he will kind of moderate us through his boards.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Reed Canova, and this project aims to address the systemic issue of homelessness plaguing the veteran population of America. Seeking to address the shortage and unaffordability of housing in the Los Angeles area, the project looks to establish a business model that utilizes pre-existing government assistance programs, federal and state tax incentives, and mortgage assistance programs to facilitate the development process and mitigate the suffering of those in need. Through the development of this mixed-use project, the hospitality component will be exploited as the economic catalyst to subsidize the on-site affordable housing. These two programmatic elements will seek to establish a symbiotic relationship to enhance the communal experience and further economic development. The project is not proposing a solution to the issue of homelessness. Rather, it is aiming to develop a model for cooperation between various parties. If successful, this model can be extrapolated, modified, and implemented for other subgroups of individuals who are suffering from chronic homelessness, psychological, and substance abuse issues. The site is located at the corner of North Alameda Street and Alpine Street, adjacent to the Metro Gold Line, within the Chinatown neighborhood of Los Angeles. For this program type, both C2-2 Rio and R4 zoning requirements must be complied with. The property possesses a 6:1 FAR, allowing for 60,000 square feet of buildable space. The massing of the project is broken into two buildings, where the plinth is composed of the project's back-of-house necessities, the hotel lobby, cafe, veterans assistance facilities, and residential units. The main components of the hotel are housed within the shard-like elevated tower, which conceptually look to achieve a contemporary interpretation through massing, materiality, and structure to contrast to that of the plinth. At the street level, the building pulls back from Alpine Street and its existing neighbor to the west, allowing for vehicular access. In so doing, the hotel component is elevated, providing a dramatic porte-cochere for pedestrian drop-off and valet requirements. Upon entry of the 4-story plinth, guests and residents alike access the property through the 2-story lobby space, where they have direct access to the main vertical circulation port. Situated at the front of the property is the veteran-operated cafe and veteran assistance facilities, where group therapy, life skills training, and equipment are provided to assist in the rehabilitation of the residents and local veteran population. Floors 2 through 4 house the project's back-of-house necessities, as well as the 15 residential units that are intended to be owner-occupied through a lease-to-sale mortgage agreement. Once the tenant hits the 80-to-20 loan value ratio, the units will be transferred to the tenant, avoiding the excess monthly private mortgage insurance payments, thus giving the owner a vested interest in the success of the project, as well as providing the opportunity to build equity and attain true wealth. On the second floor, there are 6 studio units, of which 2 are ADA accessible. On the third floor, there are also 6 studio units, only one of which is ADA accessible, with the resident-only outdoor space. And on the third floor, or fourth floor, excuse me, there are the 3 one-bedroom units, 2 of which are ADA accessible. These studio units are 400 square feet, contain a utility wall which houses the Murphy bed, desk, and storage necessities. The units also contain a full bath and kitchenette while providing an expansive operable glazing system for an indoor-outdoor living environment and substantial natural ventilation. The 1-bedroom ADA units possess similar features. However, with the additional 460 square feet, a full kitchen and wheelchair accessibility is provided throughout the unit. For the elevations, the project is looking to express the dichotomy between the conceptual ideas. The plinth takes on a regularized form and grid with a more solid presence and limestone cladding. The hotel, on the other hand, is intended to be light and airy with its curtain wall glazing system. By using an inclined column structure reminiscent of Morphosis Cooper Union project, the hotel floats above the strong stone mass of the plinth below. The curtain wall facade of the tower showcases a rhythmic mullion grid on the north and east facade, while the south and west implement an extruded metal egg crate projection to mitigate the project's solar heat gain. Within this section, the intermediary space between the programmatic elements is expressed. Housed within this volume is the hotel's restaurant and outdoor bar, which looks to capture the views of downtown Los Angeles to the west from its elevated positioning. The hotel's fitness facility and day spa are located on the 6th and 7th floors respectively, both of which the residents have full access to. The fitness facility will provide the opportunity for physical therapy sessions for veterans in need of this service, while the day spa will host biannual charity events, providing free makeovers, donate professional attire, and resume reviews to help these individuals attain gainful employment. The typical hotel room layout houses 7 guest rooms, 3 typical layouts, and 4 suites over 8 floors for a total of 56 keys. This provides the project with roughly a 4-to-1 ratio of hotel rooms to residential units. At their elevated position, the guest rooms take on an outwardly facing disposition to take advantage of the tower's typology, while maximizing the views of the surrounding mountains in downtown Los Angeles. An interplay between residents and hotel guests is encouraged throughout this project. Here, the veteran-operated cafe, veteran housing, restaurant, fitness center, day spa, and typical hotel rooms are expressed sectionally to demonstrate the chance encounters and social enrichment that can occur within the Catalyst Hotel. Again, my name is Reed Canova. Thank you for your time.
Let's go, Reed. Let's go, Reed. Let's go, Reed.
It wasn't intentional, but I paired, I mean, these 2 projects got paired and they both have a sort of very kind of like real world approach to a kind of mixing that's happening. So sort of a coincidence that they ended up next to each other.
At the same site too, just the other half.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start if, oh, Kevin, do you want to start?
No, go ahead, Sasha.
Well, I think you need to be commended for many reasons and for many accomplishments. It's very noble. Initial line of thought, you put a lot of research and thinking, and you've thought of economic sides and social sides, and everything is very well thought through, and I trust you that it's really answers all practical and social aspects, and that you've taken care of most important things. I'll say something critical that everyone else will hate me for. I'll just put it out so that everyone else says how unfair I am to you and how great the project is, so that you feel good after that. And it's not that I don't appreciate the project. I think it. You know, I've had professors who would start their crits by saying, "Okay, we've seen floor plans. Now let's look at architecture." By that, they would mean that floor plans are not architecture. Architecture is a facade. And once you figured out your plans, that's the time to do architecture. And I see it's, and again, I'm not saying that you're on that level, but I think to me, the skin and the architectural language of the your building is a little bit disconnected from all the great things that you did in your analysis of the program. Why not be much more straightforward? Why not be brutal and say that I'll give people as much comfort as possible, and I'll strip the exterior from anything unnecessary, and why or any other approach. To me, your treatment of the skin and of the facade is a little bit too kind of to maybe timid once again, as in the case of Adriana, and a little bit kind of quieting down the very painful problem that you are trying to resolve. I think I would like it to be a little bit more in your face, like look what's going on there. So now everyone, please tell Reed that I was unfair to him and that he needs to be applauded, which I totally agree.
Well, no, I absolutely. I think what you're saying is spot on, and yet there's no reason why he can't be complimented, Reed, for the incredible presentation in both verbal and graphics that you put up there. It's really a well done project, and given what I'm seeing, I'm agreeing with Sasha in that there's maybe some limitations you imposed on yourself, and I'm wondering how this could go further. And a couple things that come to mind is this is sort of maybe a rhetorical question, but given the fact that there is no height limit, how did you ever choose to limit your program to the size that it is?
Oh, I guess it really just came down to what worked in terms of plan for the traditional layout for the guest rooms, and then how high that would actually go within the program itself. So I only had 60,000 square feet to work with, and I needed to get certain square footages for the back of house and for the residential spaces. So at that point, it really just came down to what fit within the confines of the layout of the lot, and then the also setback requirements that occurred floor after floor as it projected upwards.
Well, and he had to meet the FAR max, even if there was a height max.
Right. So yeah, exactly. With no height limit, it's not like you can build infinite. You have to deal with the FAR. Okay, I get that. And I guess that the comment is coming from a desire of seeing what I see to almost want more of it, because you have a hybrid structure here, and it's really interesting what you've set up. And I agree with Sasha. I mean, the way that you figured out not just the desire to do this, the need to do this, but you've even explored the funding of it. You're to be applauded for, because this, as you've no doubt realized, is an enormous problem. And if it was easy to solve, people would have done it already. It's a hydra of a problem. And trying to figure it out, every time you think you've figured out one aspect of it, another one pops up. And being a hybrid project like this, where you have an actual hotel, and then you have the residence for the people that are lacking housing. The interesting thing to me is the handshake between the two, or the connection between the two, the part where they sort of like begin to come together. Mm-hmm. And that's an architectural opportunity, and it's a programmatic opportunity as well. And I think that, of all the things that you've done well, that would be the one thing that I would critique a little bit, is that it's a little underwhelming, that connection between those two forms, those two programmatic pieces, which have similarities. They're sharing a site, and yet like I said, the handshake is what is it, a restaurant? If you could scroll down to that elevation section.
It is a restaurant at that level.
It's a restaurant, right?
Above it is the fitness facility and the day spa.
Right, and I'm not sure I have the solution for that. I don't think it's just a formal solution. I think it's a programmatic solution of what potential there could be there for when those two similar yet dissimilar programs are touching. So I would just encourage you to think about that a little bit more. Otherwise, I again want to commend everything you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Likewise, I guess my main comments relate to the same issue, but I should start, by commending you on a really excellent presentation, and also like a really well-developed project. And I think, like Adriana, is also really commendable ambition, for your project, both, which in your case, you dealt with from a kind of economic planning and a programmatic planning. I think like the comments I made to Adriana, I think I want to focus on the sort of like spatial dimension that comes out of your social premise, and how that maybe strains a little bit against the kind of programmatic resolution that you've really masterfully done. So I think there's so many things about your project that are setting up this dialogue between these two groups, but at the same time, for various kind of programmatic reasons, you're treating the groups as separate, which really puts a lot of pressure on the formality of the kind of social exchange that you're describing, which, as Kevin pointed out, it actually has like an architectural manifestation as this little inflection point, between the lower plinth building and the upper hotel. But, turns out to basically be a restaurant where the exchange that might happen between these two groups is a kind of transactional exchange, because the veterans are working in the restaurant and then the patrons are the people in the hotel. I think that formality or the kind of conflation with that exchange to like a kind of programmatic operation doesn't quite satisfy the way you ended your project when you talked about like unplanned social encounter and some kind of more productive exchange, maybe an aspiration to hope that the architecture might catalyze a different way of looking at or understanding veterans and the issues that pertain to them by the people who are visiting and the tourists that are occupying the hotel. And I think setting up these kinds of very formal programmatic boundaries between them and architectural boundaries by housing them in different units suggests that that needs to be answered by another kind of technique that would really mix them, and allow for or afford or catalyze spontaneous kinds of exchanges. And that might need to happen in places other than the restaurant and other than at the magic point, between the two buildings. So maybe there's room in your project to think about other kinds of encounters, maybe in the porte cochere, or other kinds of outdoor spaces where the groups might interact, or some more, maybe like blurring that distinction a little bit programmatically so that you then get other kinds of spaces where they could encounter each other. One example that I meant to bring up with Adriana's project, which maybe also would apply here, is a way to think about circulation as being more productive, in terms of social encounter, rather than just a place where somebody might pass by somebody else. And an example that came to mind that I forgot to mention for Adriana was that Bernard Schumi project at Columbia Learner Hall, I think it's called, where within that project, there's a circulation system, a ramp system, basically, in a 2 or 3 story tall atrium space. And the idea there was to get the students to kind of meet each other and have social encounters on the ramp. And in order to do that, the ramp is very complex and there are places to sit. And if you elect to sit in some places, you change the possible modes of circulation in the ramp system. So people's actions have consequences on how people can circulate, and it produces the possibility that you might have to literally walk through somebody's conversation in order to get where you're going, so that there's a lot less regulation about the boundaries between people and their activities. And I think that kind of thing could come up in your project as a sort of complement or contrast to the very, very careful resolution of everything, where everything has its proper place. And therefore it's hard to imagine accidental encounters. So it's like two different value systems, and you set this up in a way that there's like a tension between these value systems and the kind of architectural clarity or spatial clarity that adheres to one kind of value system, and the like messiness that would be required to get the other thing to happen. And you don't have that messiness because you're so really good about resolving everything. So it's not supposed to be a backhanded compliment, but it's just meant to say that, like, I think your aspiration would suggest that there would be more struggle and that the architecture would actually reflect that struggle a little bit. Whereas right now it has convinced us that everything has been like satisfied and fixed, which is a compliment for how well you resolved the project.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That is something I was having a hard time dealing with, and I received feedback from that in the last midterm. And I thought that, you know, the floors 5 through 7, those little intermediary spaces would solve that issue, but apparently not yet.
But again, just to clarify, yeah, it's not really like a criticism, right? I'm trying to tell you did like a great job, but also the premise for your project is important, and I hope you have the opportunity to work through that issue in your career. And so I'm really just trying to make some comments to seed your future thinking about it, without trying to suggest that you did anything wrong. So it's supposed to be a compliment.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Reed and I talked about also kind of throughout the work on this project, is also, you know, how do you mix, but how do you also make people feel like they kind of have their own private home space that's not like a bumping hotel, but how do you make these two groups separate without it feeling like one group is second-class citizens to the other, right? There's a lot of kind of negotiations maybe that can or should happen when you're thinking about these types of groups, and especially when it's sort of like there's maybe a power differential in terms of how they're using the space or accessing it. So definitely something we were talking about a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a really great discussion and fantastic project. Congratulations, Reed. I'm intrigued and excited that you're trying to, again, like Adriana, sort of double down on the policy side and the architecture side at the same time. I think it's extremely difficult to do both of those things, and it's commendable that you've kind of set that up as your prompt, your own prompt for the project. And what I would encourage you to do, there's sort of two conversations I wanted to just bring up. What I'd encourage you to do, it sounds like you're super committed to this, which is awesome. So if you start to find a way to visualize a lot of that, let's say data or information that you presented at the beginning, I think it would make for a much more kind of compelling presentation, so that when you do kind of see what the design is, it's made more clear, like these were the constraints, these were the terms. And what would be extra credit would be to say, like, these are the terms or the policies as they stand, which obviously it's a lot to go through, you know, not only just like architecture, zoning and codes, but the kind of economic policies that are really, we're facing extremely, you know, difficult challenges that you brought up. So like, how do you kind of make that more visually present in the presentation, and to say, and then here's like the switches, like this is what I'm going to turn on or off, or like this is what these are the levers that I believe need to be pushed. And I think this will just make it, in part, this is, you know, a difficult presentation on Zoom, but like I think it would make it really just kind of like so clear where there's room to move. And this is the thing that I think architects are always sort of looking for, are those where you can kind of crack the code quite literally and be like, okay, great, I can like there's like a little thing I can do. And so I would love to be able to tell you, like, go even more like rigorously into these codes and regulations I know you're like, oh man, I want to get a break from that right now. It's summer, right?
Right.
But I think like on the other hand, you know, kind of tracking those down and finding the breakpoints, and also then saying, maybe, you know, what's unreasonable. Like New York City right now has a group of architects and designers that are about to overhaul all of the regulations and guidelines for housing in New York. And so, I mean, these are things that are happening. And I would encourage you to kind of like say, like, you know, what and where could we really change, or add a new policy that would actually change things. So like if we thought about waste differently, or we thought about certain kinds of, you know, social changes that have happened. So rather than, which I applaud you for, but I'm always skeptical of a kind of presentation that suggests like I've solved the problem. I think it's, but it means, rather than saying like, here's the social problem, it's to say, here's the constraints that are going to need some reconsideration. It's a slightly different kind of, let's say, attitude about how to get at this, because once you crack that code, then you can make many solutions. And this might answer Sasha and Doug's point about like, you know, like where can there be maybe a little more kind of friction in the project? And it's like, if you understand that you're operating almost at a code level, at a policy level, there has to be many versions. And we know in the history of housing, that's actually how housing works. So what are the sort of fixed and what are the variables that you can mess with? And then you can have potentially any number of schemes, taller, lower, half a scheme, the scheme without the stack on top, and so forth. So that would be like kind of on one hand, I would say that's like it's not the practical, that's the kind of like, there's really an area of research that you could take on and that I know is happening. So like that's one side. And then the other conversation I would say is much more on the conceptual side. And I loved how you kept referring to back of house. So this is like a big discussion in dance and music and stage sets, and I think in even the ideas about how we produce images today, and without getting into like a lot of detail, what's happening is the so-called back of house, the hidden part, is actually being revealed. And this might address Sasha's kind of question or point about where you can kind of break out of the model that you have. So the back of house and the front of house are collapsing. And what would that mean visually, spatially, socially, to really kind of take on back of house as something that's more present. And you see that a lot, like just, for example, this past summer, all the fashion houses, because they couldn't go and present runway shows, you know, in so-called real life, what they did is they allowed different ways of filming and revealing how were clothes produced, how are they photographed, how is the kind of the fashion show, if you will, constructed. And so there was a kind of reveal of the back of house, and this is happening in music and so forth, as I'm saying. So what would that mean for architecture, for in your project, to start to say, okay, like I see I don't want to call it the mechanics, but I see the narrative construction of what you're trying to do. How does that narrative actually get maybe hinted at or revealed in the expression of the building? So I've given you like super practical, like you can go read more like, you know, code books. And then on the other hand, like go and enjoy some Balenciaga and Gucci fashion shows and see how they've played with the back of house idea.
Great.
Fantastic work. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, super interesting ideas. And this kind of idea of I think it's interesting because as architects, we're really used to kind of like knowing the rules and then knowing how to kind of work within those interestingly, right? Whether it's kind of building and zoning codes or whatever the case may be. And I think a lot of times the economic parts of it, we push off, we kind of like give over responsibility a bit to others, perhaps, right? The kind of owners of the land or the developers or whatever it may be. And I think it's interesting in Reed's case, he's really taking on the kind of economic constraints as equal to the sort of legal, planning constraints or building constraints and that kind of thing. Any closing comments here for Reed and for kind of the students as a whole as we wrap up our first day of reviews?
I'll just say thank you so much for the kind invitation. It was really amazing to see the work and to see the projects. I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to hear your ideas. I think that this generation is, I was mentioning this in the previous wrap, but I think this generation is going to really do something extraordinary. The circumstances have prompted you to just kind of think outside the box, to just, be really, really imaginative. And I have the feeling like, while there's a lot of work ahead, I think this is going to create a super interesting kind of like story arc for, like in the next 5 years, we're going to kind of see how all this kind of filters down and filters out. I think it's going to be really wonderful. And I just want to congratulate you all and wish you all the best. Exciting times ahead on your journey. So looking forward to seeing what's ahead for you.
Yeah, and thanks for inviting me too. I really appreciate all the hard work, and I'm just incredibly impressed by the sense of optimism and joy I see in some of these projects, considering everything that this class has been through over the last year. And what's encouraging to me is that you are able to be creative and thoughtful and take everything you're doing so seriously, despite everything that's raging around you. It gives me great encouragement for the future of the profession and your generation in particular. So thank you for that hard work.
I would like to join Devin and Kevin in congratulating the students. You guys are amazing. You've been so courageous and so energetic and so optimistic and so just eager to overcome anything that came your way. I'm completely blown away. I also would like to congratulate these students, instructors who did an amazing job. And I can only imagine how many extra hours you guys had to spend guiding students to develop such quality of work in these conditions. So bravo. Emma and everyone else, my hat goes off to you. And also thank you for assembling such a great jury. And I don't mean myself, but I really enjoyed listening to everyone else on this panel. Thank you, jurors. And again, thank you, everyone.
You three are making it really difficult for me to say anything else, because I want to concur with everything that you said. I guess I'll take a different take and I won't say anything about COVID. But I do want to thank you for the invitation. It's such a treat for me to see how thesis is conducted at other schools, but it also is just such a treat to see thesis projects in general, which is why I love teaching it. And I really am so encouraged by the ambitions behind everybody's project. And I hope you realize what an amazing milestone this is, but also how influential it can be, for the launching of your the next phase of your kind of career. And one of the things I think is so great about thesis is it really reinforces the importance of advocating for good ideas that don't yet, have adequate manifestation in our world. And so I'm really encouraged that you all will be able to advocate for the ideas that you've taken on in your projects. And I think you've already begun to make really convincing cases for different ways for architecture to think about and tackle these problems and continue to try to make more meaningful spaces for more people. So congratulations to you all. I'm really thrilled. And thank you again for the invitation. It's really great to be here.
Thank you guys so much for those inspiring and kind words. We've been super happy today to have an amazing panel here and amazing panels earlier in the day. I think that we really got a great group of people together. I will say one really nice thing about working digitally is that our final reviews, we get to invite kind of whomever we really want to come, and not necessarily whomever can drive out to Pomona on that day. So that's been an incredible kind of silver lining for us to get to hear kind of a really wide variety of voices and kind of backgrounds. So yeah, I think the students should all feel super proud of themselves. Feel free to zoom around the other concept boards and take a look at the other projects that you didn't get to see reviewed. And we're gonna, yeah, maybe I'll stay on this Zoom for another minute, and students, maybe you guys can stick around and we can do 5 minutes of kind of recap. But thank you so much to the jurors, really, for your time and energy and for all of the kind of feedback that we got. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you again. Great to see everybody, and congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Good luck to you all.
Bye. Hi, guys.
Hey.
We're missing a couple of people. We're halfway through. Woo! Great feedback from everyone today. So hopefully you feel like you got some good feedback if you went already, and you got stoked for tomorrow if you didn't go yet. I took notes for everyone. I was like frantically typing, so they have a million typos in them. And then I realized maybe I could have just downloaded the transcript of the closed captioning instead, and that would have been a lot easier on my fingers, but not that smart apparently. Maybe I'll try that tomorrow, but it seems more reliable to type it myself. I don't know. Any kind of issues or concerns? And otherwise, maybe we can all, go have an end of the day drink separately and then reconvene at 11:30, 11:45 tomorrow. We're starting, I think, in the same room tomorrow. I think that's how Sarah set it up. Yeah, we're starting in room 3 again tomorrow. And we'll kind of keep on going down the list. Any last questions or comments you guys have? How do you feel like it went? Good, bad, mixed bag?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Generally good. I was so upset with Mara's review.
Yeah, what about
Just
it?
that they nitpicked on that she called it a speakeasy. Like they hardly talked about anything else.
I know, well, you can't always control what they're focusing on, right? Like sometimes they pick up on a word and it's actually not really about the building at all. I think especially at final review, people are really interested in big ideas, right? And they're kind of like, oh, well, what about this thing? And it's not necessarily personal or specific to the project. But I think everyone, got a lot of accolades, even if they also got kind of things that could be pushed further. I think that's always how it is, right? There's never a project that's perfect. There's no such thing. And sometimes like the more developed your project is, the more kind of things to push you get told about, because you know, they're kind of like, oh, well, this part's already resolved. Now, what if you did this? So anyway, that's what they always tell you when you take like dance classes, right? Like they're like, the teacher will always like be giving you a lot of feedback, and they're like, well, it's because you can take it, like, because you're already you already have mastered this other part. So anyway, I think everyone should feel super proud. I won't hold you any longer than is necessary. And I can't wait to see the second half tomorrow. Bye,
Thank you.
guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.